Whoopsie. Had the page open on YouTube. Well, there wasn't any information on that. Welcome. We should be live. I'm gonna have to fucking repost this again because of that shit. Oh my god. So if we're now live again, and according to this, it is. I don't know why I'm clicking dashboard. Okay, now it works. Okay. Because I had some super chats and I wasn't able to get to them, so I'll get to the super chats. But let me get back going here. Wow! Somebody just sent me $70 fucking dollars. Jesus. Thanks for that. Victorian Socialist Utopia. I assume, is that a reference to Australia? I haven't read your... You say... Okay, yeah, you are from Australia. I would say save your money, bro. You might need it to... What is it? Emigrate? Sorry about that, everybody. I had to restart everything. I restarted my system and I restarted my modem, and then all of a sudden I have internet again. So I think either my modem shit the bed or the internet provider did, and something happened with the modem, because as soon as it restarted fully, everything's back online. So I don't know what happened there. Sorry, but I gotta repost this because this is gonna be a new link. So give me a second to find that. Let's see here. There's a Matt Walsh. I've been listening to him regularly, pretty recently, and he's had a couple good takes on the debate, and I'll pick up his tweets in a second here, but I need to grab the... What the fuck? Yo, YouTube is also fucking up. YouTube is also fucking up. It ain't just me. Because it's like, cannot provide data, it's having problems loading a page, and it's not me, because everything else is loading fine. So YouTube is shitting the bed at the moment as well, so that's great. Just technical problems all the way around. That's just fantastic. That makes for quality entertainment online. So when everything's not working correctly. All at once, by the way. That's just fantastic. Now I gotta delete my original fucking link. Hang on. Delete. Okay, I posted a link on Twitter. I gotta go to Facebook. Always blasting COVID-19 crap in front of me. Yeah, I'll give you a funny anecdote. I was over at my parents' house today having dinner with them. And naturally, the topic of the debate came up. And I started, like, I sat down in the living room with my parents, and we were just hanging out. And I basically started talking about the history of the Catholic Church and how old it's been, and some of the, aspects to the history. Because of Crusader Kings 3, I started looking up all this shit about the Catholic Church. So I started telling her, both my parents, but mostly my mother, because she's the avid Catholic, about history of the Catholic Church and all that. And finally, they got bored with what I was saying, so they were like, "All right, that's enough." Good dinner there, Louis. Time for us to do something more interesting than talk to you, our only child. So before they took off, the topic of COVID came up. And I more or less complained, pretty much as I always do, that eventually we have to stop this. All this shit that we're doing, it has to fucking stop. Because our country's not going to fucking survive this. People are talking about, we're going to be doing this for another year. This country is going to be on its fucking knees economically if we do this for another fucking year. Like, I've had multiple interviews in September for jobs. And every person that I've interviewed with, and I've had a few interviews, so it's actually gotten to the stage where I've gotten interviews finally. Every person that I've talked to has said that their institution, because I've interviewed at public and private, every one of them is complaining about budget problems. That one of the problems they're having with getting people employed to fill positions, even though they're understaffed, is because everything's just fucked up. They don't know how to project costs, they don't know how to project profits, they don't know how to project revenue because of how crazy shit is. So they can't hire anyone. And it's so frustrating to me because here we are, months and months later. I lost my job in fucking April. And I can't get a fucking new job. Like, I'm actively trying. I'm taking interviews. I've applied to dozens of jobs. People that I'm speaking to who are employers are all finding it necessary during the interview process to vent about their frustrations about what COVID has done, the lockdown has done to their individual business or institution, and how difficult it's been employing new people because of it. So, okay, all that in mind, right? I had a literal Jack Torrance moment with my mother over COVID, because we're talking about COVID, and I'm complaining about the lockdown, because I'm trying to find another fucking job. And my unemployment benefits aren't unlimited. So I'm complaining about it, and she said, well, one of the things that I find solace in is that Andrew Cuomo has done a good job on COVID. And I turned and I looked at my mother and I said, and I speak to my mother in this way sometimes, I said to her, are you out of your fucking mind? I said, we have the highest death count in the fucking country. And we have one of the worst economic problems where Andrew Cuomo, and I didn't go this far to say, is practically on his knees begging for rich people to come back so he can suck their dick and they can stay in this state. I didn't say fellate. I have said that to my mother before, where I've gotten angry. And I said, Andrew Cuomo, because of the budget problems in the state, is ready to flate rich people so they stay in the state. I have said that. Because it frustrates me with my parents how stupid they are on this. But I said to her, like, you have to be insane to think that Cuomo has done a good job in this state. Like, we are one of the worst hit states in the country, and we have the worst death count out of anybody. I said to her, like, what do you count? Like, what about what he's done has said to you that he's done a good job? Like, fucking what? And she can't say anything. And this is the problem. Is that, like, is my mom alone in just being a dummy? Or are there millions and millions and millions of people like her, including my own father most likely, who have just bought into the media narrative whole cloth, where it's like, red states bad, blue states good. The numbers say completely opposite, but and my own son can't find a fucking job because of this. But no, be sure to give fucking Andrew Cuomo his necessary pat on the fucking head for this shit. It's just unbelievable. I don't understand. It's like, and I said to her, like, and I got, like, I was a lot more, I told you guys a while back in a different stream, and I'm pretty sure I've told other people than you, just in conversation, that, like, I've stopped talking to people about certain things, and COVID is one of them. Because people are just lost in a fog. Like, they honestly thought, like, this was the bubonic plague, and I've made fun of more than just my parents on this. I say to them, no, you actually believe that this is the bubonic plague. That is what you believe. And it's like, and I said to them, because they're like, oh, you know, thousands of people are dying from this. My father said this to me. Thousands of people are dying from this. And I said, thousands, like, I said to him, like, it's like 100,000 or however many tens and tens of thousands of people die every year in car crashes. Tens and tens of thousands of people die every year to the flu. Should we shut down the whole fucking country because of the flu? Or because of car crashes? Do we need to ban highways in cars? Because people die in that too? People die! People are going to die from this and everything else. Coronavirus is extremely common. This is not an uncommon version. People are going to die from it because people are sickly. I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with people to the point where we have basically destroyed the world economy over something that is barely more lethal than the flu. And we're talking about like a percentage, like a tenth of a percentage point in difference of lethality. And here we are, months and months and months down the line, and people are not sick of this. To where I can't stand it. It's to the degree where I don't talk about it. And as somebody who bullshits on YouTube all day, and I screech and I rave and that, when it's to the point where something frustrates me so much that I don't talk about it, it's because the people on the other side are so fucking lost that there's just no talking to them. And unfortunately, that was a bad topic to bring up because this is one of the main topics of still that we're censoring on YouTube, where there is the official position of permanent lockdowns until fucking Bill Gates is allowed to sterilize you. That's when we can finally think about going back to something resembling normalcy, is when we're all sterilized by fucking Bill Gates. What he has to do with any of this, I don't have the faintest fucking idea, but it's very important that he's involved in the process. Anyways, getting back to the fucking debate. But here's the thing, though. I will personally condemn my father, but I will give you this when it comes to my mother. And everyone's saying, oh, boomers, this in the chat and all that. Yes. My mother, irrespective of everything else, is still pulling the lever for Trump. So there's that. So I'll give her that. That she's concerned about the economy, so she's going to vote Trump no matter what. She's not considering Biden whatsoever. And I'll give her that credit. And she's been consistent on that for probably longer than I have been when it comes to voting for Trump. I'm not out here as the advocate of Trump telling you he's done a mediocre job during the debate. And I think that's what his performance was. Mediocre at the best and terrible at times. And by terrible, I just mean ineffective. Just not effective debating tactics where he could have been. And a missed opportunity to me is the worst thing conceivable. Him ranting, raving, swearing, whatever, all that decorum and social norms. It's like, yeah, like you're talking about a guy that is part of the same party that like months ago was like, yeah, you get what was it? Northam in Virginia, like you cradle the baby out of the womb and then you kill that little motherfucker. You just ice pick that little fucking nigger. You know, the baby comes out of the womb and you boom, just quick shiv, just get him. I can't really say that is the side of total normalcy, of real moral characteristics and integrity that I should recognize. I don't really see it there. And when I drop that N-bomb, I am not being specific to the color of the baby. Anyways, and the thing is too is what I love about the modern day Democratic Party is the degree of callousness that I have around the issue of abortion should make me like a natural bedfellow of the left. You know, some degenerate gets an abortion and saves me the expense of having to pay for her unwanted pregnancy that's going to grow up to be equally degenerate to her. or a fucking criminal, and there's an unbelievably high chance at those two things, her aborting that fetus, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Sincerely, I don't care. It is a life you are exterminating, but what life? What life? You know, every time you think about abortion, you know, the silent genocide of fetuses being murdered, I'm thinking about the black guy in Buffalo who stuck a Glock in my face. I'm thinking about his life. I'm thinking about his upbringing and how wanted he was in this world by his mother and father. I think about that. And unfortunately, self-preservation and my own, not necessarily, a callousness that is born out of reality. My cynicism, my pessimism, that is why I hold my position on abortion, is the abyss, so to say. I've seen it. And you have to realize that some lives don't matter. Criminal lives don't matter. And I think that it's fair to say that the baby out of the womb shouldn't be condemned and isn't condemned. But the problem is reality. It's reality meeting your ideals. I want your ideals to be true. It would be nice if your ideals were true, and I would sympathize with the pro-lifers if reality met their ideals, but it doesn't. And so, yeah. Unfortunately, cynicism has to weigh in at some point, and you have to consider it. But, yeah, so like I say, I'll give this to the pro-lifers. The left is so bad that I'm on your side now. That the guy that says that some lives don't matter and that, you know, I don't necessarily believe in fate, but unfortunately some people are more fated than others to be scumbags when they grow up. And race doesn't necessarily apply here. Because I'm sure we've all met some unwanted whites of male and female variety, and others, I'm sure, you know, Hispanics and that. Unwanted children that grow up to be degenerate and dysfunctional adults. The left is so bad that I'm now in your camp, to where if you put some pro-lifer on the bench and you get rid of abortion, you totally ban it, whatever, I don't care. I just know there's going to be consequences from that. And maybe things will work out in your favor. Maybe this will be one of the fixes necessary to solve our society's woes. Maybe this will be the first step in solving it, and I'm wrong and whatever else. I'm more than willing to accept that. But I get the feeling that in my cold black heart, let's say that abortion is banned. You know, the back alley shit I don't care about. It's your choice. Make better choices. My fear is going to be a tidal wave of crime. That's my fear. Is you ban abortion, and then all of a sudden a generation passes, and then there is a massive, 18 years later, there's a massive fucking spike in violence all across the country. And people are going to go, well, it's going to be funny if that occurs, how people are going to explain it. That's going to be the crazy part. So, on the topic of abortion, I've wanted, and I've struggled to do videos on it in the past because it's so controversial. And my take is particularly callous. It's not, I wouldn't really call it nuanced. It's more cynical than anything else, and that makes it kind of hard to defend. But I think my outlook is bleak for a reason. And the issue is that, I know somebody said in the chat more like 14 years. Yeah, I think you're right. The issue is that the right could be right on abortion, not just like the morally, like I'm not even talking about the moral consideration. The moral consideration is not factoring in my opinion. Because, like I say, some lives don't matter. But, with it could go either way. Maybe it solves the issue that you ban abortion and then something is changed with entitlements and welfare and we have some sort of major societal change. Maybe that could occur. And society, in reality, greater reflects the ideals of the pro-lifers. That could happen. But my fear, my paranoia, is the absolute opposite occurring. Is that things get way fucking worse. And like I say, like, you really, and this is my thing too, I have a hard time, like, the idea of, like, the really dogmatic and utopian Christian types who I have talked to before about society and life. They just seem to turn a blind eye to, like, you know, they're not necessarily against the idea of you defending yourself and all that sort of jazz, but they don't seem to weigh the option of what happens if this occurs. Will it create a society that is worse than it is now? And the consideration is, I guess you could say, principle/dogma over the consequences of a choice. And I guess you can consider that principled, but unfortunately when it comes to principle, in my opinion, there are limitations. That sometimes you can make a principled choice, but you are doing more evil than you are good. And at that point, you should have to weigh the option of, should I follow through on this, suspecting that the outcome could be worse than if I would have not done anything, if the status quo would have remained the same, as bad as it is. I'm not claiming that abortion's good. I've never said that. That isn't my point. Oh yeah, so, sorry. People in the chat are giving me shit. Like, yeah, who gives a fuck about abortion talking about the debate? I probably shouldn't have brought that up. But my I guess the overall point of that is go put the Catholic woman on the bench and ban abortion. I really don't fucking care. Well, the problem is the people in the chat trying to have a nuanced opinion on this, you're going to have to realize that there is, like, the real, like, honestly, the debate isn't between this trimester, that trimester. The debate, in all honesty, is legal, banned. Available, banned. Like, the people that are fighting to ban abortion or to limit the scope of it, as far as I can tell, the scope is no abortions. Like, that is their position. Abortions are immoral no matter the time period. And like I've already said, I don't give a shit. I'm not really interested in the debate of which trimester, which week period. I don't give a fuck. To me, it doesn't really matter. Like, my personal belief is that it is immoral, but I'm not doing it. I'm not paying for it. At least I'm trying not to. I want Planned Parenthood to be defunded because I think it's an activist arm of the Democratic Party. I don't care about the abortions, really. It's, except for, I guess, the moral question and the ethical question. If you are pro-life and you pay your taxes, is it ethical for me to say that, you know, all of our money should be bundled together to pay for this activist organization that is aborting fetuses? I don't think that's ethical. And I don't like the idea of your and my money going to this organization that does this, that's so controversial and has a very big moral question around it. I don't think that that's acceptable. That's one part of it that is fine. And I obviously come to the conclusion that we should defund it. But also, it's an activist arm for the Democratic Party. There should be no element of government that is just otherwise an arm of a party. If that exists, get rid of it. I don't care which side it's for. Get rid of it. We should not be paying. Like, if I want to donate money to the GOP or the Democrats, I can do that. Why should I be extorted for my money and have Uncle Sam put money in the pockets of this particular political organization? To me, that's totally unacceptable, regardless of which position you're coming from. Anyways, I'll read some super chats and then I'll get to the debate, because somebody sent me a bunch of money, so I gotta read that. Where do we start? Cerebral Friction says, that was an epic performance, not perfect, but it was honestly better than I expected. Props to both guys for having the balls to do this in front of the world. They fucked Trump with Proud Boys moment. Yeah, I mean, that was a whiff by Trump, but like I already said in the previous thing before it went down, this was a setup. The whole, like, it didn't matter what Trump said. They were going to run these stories anyways. It was a trap question. This was a pre-planned question. It was designed to trap Trump. No matter what he would have said, they would be printing this shit on all these blogs and in Politico and on Twitter. This was going to happen no matter what. But he did whiff on the question. He could have used that momentum and turned it on Joe. And I think he could have easily done that with, there are black nationalists and black separatists that hate white people and are bigoted. They hate Jews, and they say all these anti-Semitic things. Do you condemn them? I condemn them. I condemn black separatists. I condemn revolutionaries that want to impose a racial collectivist totalitarian government. I collect totalitarians, bigots, racial collectivists, all of it. But the problem is Trump doesn't really have that intellectual caliber to say that. He just doesn't. He doesn't understand these things to the degree that I do, or any other person that has read into this for more than a minute. He doesn't understand this. So unfortunately, he just doesn't know what to do with it. He just sits there. And it was a trap question. So what can he really do with it? He's weak on it. I definitely, and this is mainly misheard, I definitely think this was there was no winners in the debate, although I very much doubt the enthusiasm advantage Trump has changed. Same with Biden for low enthusiasm. Yeah, I would say that hasn't changed. Victorian Socialist Utopia says, for the AR-15 fund, you sent me a lot of money, thank you. Love from Australia. Send some freedom to the real South when you have the time. Keep up the good work. Petition to change the definition of intersectionality to the socialist slave market. Yeah, I mean, that's not far off from what it is. The Guts says, fuck you for streaming during homework time. Homework time? What are you, a kid, you fag? But I must tithe. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the language. What did Chris Wallace ask about race? Yeah, I didn't get a good read on the race questions. I'd have to rewatch that part of the debate, unfortunately. Unfortunately, with Crowder's stream, they kind of talked over a good portion of that. That is a no-win situation, except for me. But, man, I would be out there, and I think I'd be playing some risky games. The only correct answer is that race is Gibbs and checking your privilege. Well, I mean, the thing is that Trump has done his own version of Gibbs. He's just signed some $500 billion Gibber fucking, bailout. Unfortunately with Trump, he's basically like, I'm going to outplay the Democrats by lifting their textbook on what to do with blacks, which is Gib. Kiss their ass and Gib. And I think that there's a decent portion of blacks that support Trump that actively do not support that. I've heard from quite a few random black Trump supporters on Twitter and that are like tweeting all kinds of shit. They're pretty much in the anti-Gibber camp. They're pretty much, I work hard, fuck the Gibbers. And it's like, yeah, I really don't think that Trump's going to win any more support by playing to the fucking Gibbers. I think that's actually going to hurt him. So I really have to say that that's probably him and his idiot son-in-law engaging in bad strategy. thinking that they're going to take the playbook of the left and then use it against them and win votes. Like, you have a growing base of black support for the Republicans. It's not big, but it's growing. Don't fuck it up. And in my view, them doing this gibber shit, that is going to fuck them up. From based on what the black supporters of Trump are saying, they don't support that. That's one of the things they speak about the most, and they're very clear in opposition to that. And they're not like, the erudite fucking Ivy League black man from upper middle class families. These are just random black people off the street. So, know your fucking base, idiot. Pastor Louis Liquid Grave says, Pastor Louis, are you willing to do a stream with Don, the Inquisitor, the Pleb? I think you both would have an amazing stream. Fight the progressives whenever you find them. Fight them like your life depends on it, because it does. I guess have him email me, and we can see if we can set something up. A guy named Thanks Louis, with another big donation, says, I've been just the greatest screen name, the best screen name. Tremendous screen name. Thanks Louis is the fucking screen name. I've been watching you for years. I've learned I should support those I support. I assume you mean monetarily. Good work and good luck out there. I appreciate. Thanks, Louis. I tell you what, man. I'm waiting on. There's a job that I've applied for that I've done one interview, and I'm hoping to get a second interview. And if I get the second interview, I'll pretty much get the job. But man, it's just so disappointing because the first interview I did, and I won't say exactly what it is if I get this job, but it's one of those jobs where I've had several opportunities in the past where I could have gotten extremely ironic jobs for me. And this is one of them. This is one of those extremely ironic jobs that I would get. But the problem is that unfortunately I interviewed last week on Thursday. I haven't gotten a call back. And they're interviewing other people at the moment. But I'm fearing that I'm not going to get that second call and get that second interview. Because I think I did a damn good job in the first interview, all things standing, to sell myself for the position. But it's just like, I can't decide who they hire. And as far as I can tell, I am qualified for the job. But in the end, and two, they didn't list the job accurately for the pay. So I was going in thinking I was going to take a pay cut. And then the guy in the middle of the interview was just like, oh, yeah, by the way, do you know how much this is going to pay? And I said, yeah, you said it was like going to be, well, I won't say how much, but 18-something. He goes, no, it's 19-something. I'm like, it was like close to $20. And I was like, whoa, like, all right, that's like $1 more than you're advertising. Like, okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. So it was actually pretty nice. So that's disappointing. I would have had great opportunities if I had that job. I would make some decent money doing it, because it's not just the actual dollar amount. It's the fact that, like, I would be consistently working a bunch of additional holidays. Like, there's all these made-up bullshit holidays, and I'd be working every one, and I get holiday pay for every one of them. And those are my favorite days to work in my previous jobs, are holidays, because you get that sweet, juicy holiday pay. And, dude, there's this one time where I was working a case, and they're like, yeah, you got to stay there. I know it's a holiday. I know you're going to hate us, but you got to stay there. I worked a 12-hour day. I got holiday pay and overtime. I'm pretty sure I got both. I can't quite remember. But, man, I juiced as much and I squeezed as much as I could out of that day. It was the best ever. I wound up working, like, if you include all the report and all that shit, like what I put in my time for, I put in for like 15 hours. Oh my God, was the check big. I got taxed to death, but it was so great. So I love working holidays. I don't give a fuck. People are like, oh, what about spending time with your family? Fuck them. I don't care. I'll get that nice, juicy holiday pay. Oh, man. No, I won't say, I like, the thing is I've had several chances and dude, I missed out on 2 golden opportunities for government jobs. 2 golden opportunities because of COVID. I got fucked, no, 3. Because of COVID, I got fucked over on 3 unbelievable public sector jobs. There was one, I won't say which government agent it was for. It was for a massive government agency. They were going to schedule, I was all the way to the point where they were supposed to schedule an interview, and then boom, COVID happened. And then everything shut down, and there was a hiring freeze. If the lockdown would have been given another fucking week, dude, I could have been working one of the easiest federal jobs possible, and I would have had a supervisory role. Supervisional role, okay? I would have been making something like $24 a fucking hour to do jack shit for a massive federal bureaucracy. And I missed that because of fucking COVID. It was so terrible, dude. I'll never, unless I get something that's almost close to that in terms of pay, I'll never forgive the people that shut down the economy for this. I would have been leaving my shit job as an investigator and becoming a fucking federal government parasite and getting paid an unbelievable amount of money to do nothing. But that was one of 3 jobs. One of 3 jobs I missed out on. Let's see. Where the fuck were we? Yeah, the guy that wants me to stream, email me. I have been, okay, I already read that. That's, thanks, Louis guy. Cowboy Curtis says, here are my simp bucks, Louis. Please tell chat to buy a gun and ammo, if they haven't, already. Love from Iowa. Well, thank you there, Cowboy Curtis, and thanks for the $20. The 2020. I just noticed that. Thank you, Cowboy. Yeah, I mean, the thing is in this state, like, I think the gun shops are now open. I know somebody that went out and bought a gun, so I assume they weren't at first. You couldn't buy a gun at first in New York. When the lockdowns first started, you couldn't get into the courthouses. So you couldn't buy a gun. But as far as I know now, they've reopened the courthouses, so you can actually buy a gun now. So I don't know. The problem is I don't want to spend a lot of money, but you know, and the problem is you got the fag stocks in New York. That's all you got. Those are your only choices. Are the rifles with the fag stocks, and I hate them. They are aesthetically ugly, and I hate them, and I do not want to buy a rifle with them. I know you can replace them, but then it's illegal. You put whatever it is, the pistol grip on it, whatever they're called, and then they're illegal. And it's like an additional charge, like illegal modification of a weapon, whatever. I don't really want to risk it. Here's another way in which I can condemn my father. My father, I've already said this, my father bought an AR-15 and turned around and sold it. And I was like, why the fuck didn't you just give it to me or let me buy it? I would have bought it off you. Like, why the fuck did you buy it and then turn around and sell it? And he didn't even sell it at, I don't even think he sold it, I think he sold it at cost. He didn't make a profit off it. And I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I'm not sure if I want a rifle. I might just, thinking about it, and I have before, not recently, but before, I might just, compromise and buy a shotgun instead. Yeah, somebody in the chat just said it. That's what I'm considering, is just buying a shotgun instead. Because for home defense, all the gun, types say that a shotgun is the best. And that's pretty much the only reason I'd get it, is you got some joggers that are like, all right, time to head into the suburbs, and, I gotta be out there, shotgun in hand, defending my property. And the issue is they got pistols, so I don't just want to be stuck with just a pistol. You know, you don't bring a knife to a knife fight. You bring a gun to a knife fight. That's how you win. And if they're loading up with pistols, and it's pretty clear, a lot of these Antifa types are armed with more than just bats and shit. A lot of these people keep getting caught with guns. So I really don't want to have just a pistol. But, so I'm considering my options. But the problem is I don't really want to buy anything. I don't want to really buy anything at this point. And I know, and the thing is, too, is this year, despite being demonetized fully on YouTube, you guys have been incredibly generous with me this year. So, like, I'm not really, like, hurting for money just yet. But it is going to reach a point towards the end of the year, probably. I have only so many weeks left in unemployment. But the way that everything is, I can reapply, and then you extend it out to into January. But the thing is that I really want to get a new job and just work and not have to fear that unemployment's going to fucking run out, and then I'm just going to be broke and then just desperate trying to get a job. Like, I've talked to a few people. I know that some places have recovered to some degree, but it's so bad in this area, dude. It is so fucking bad in this area. The unemployment rate in this area cannot be less than 10%. There's no fucking way that's possible, that it's less than 10%. Because, dude, there are an unbelievable, like, my father knows, my mother knows, I know, like, dozens of people that are all unemployed. Dozens and dozens, just in our immediate circles, that are all unemployed. So you multiply that out, it's like half the fucking state of New York is out of work. So when they're reporting on the news, oh, the unemployment rate is like 9-10%, it's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. There's no way it's that normal. Like, it's the Obama years again. There's no way. There's no way those numbers are true. So yeah, I you know, you could say that I'm guilty for not looking for work immediately after COVID. That's true. But, dude, I've been looking for work for months. And it's so fucking bleak in my area. It shocks me every week. You know, I apply to so many jobs, and I get, like, a phone call. And, you know, if I'm lucky enough to get an interview, and this month I've been kind of hitting it off with interviews, but it's like I'm not getting any calls back after the interviews, and it's like, how many people are even applying to this job? And like I say, everyone's complaining. Like, the people in the interview are, like, venting to me how frustrating it is trying to find people. Not because, like, oh, I'm asking for too much. Like, a lot of these jobs that I've applied for, like, I'm taking a pay cut. I'm going from, like, making 50-odd thousand a year to making into the 30s, okay? Based on this, I have taken a massive pay cut to what I was making as a private investigator. Like, 20 grand worth of a cut. And people are still complaining they can't find anyone, and they can't get anyone, and they have budget concerns. Still, it's fucking insane. It's the worst it's been in my life. It's the worst it's been in my fucking life for finding work. It was probably easier finding work after the fucking mortgage meltdown in 07-08. It's probably easier finding work then than it is right now. Anyways. The Thebian? The Iberian? I think it's the Iberian. Says media is going to use the he didn't condemn talking point to hide Biden's weakness. Angry Joe was having a hysterical pearl clutching meltdown over it. I didn't see that. I saw Angry Joe say something that didn't seem like that, but I'll take your word for it. Cyber Mongoose says New York might suck, but at least you're not in Victoria. Half our city worships our premier, even though we're a pariah state. Yeah, you guys seem like you have quite a few problems down there, and I don't really understand, like, Like, there's like, I think it's like in Spain and like a few other parts of the world where there's like active resistance on the streets and shit. Like, people are fighting cops. So I would say that, you know, Australia, I'm just kind of surprised. You seem to have like, you know, COVID is kind of like shown like, wow, you guys kind of have a problem in your country with like, if a totalitarian state came to power, and in this state, in America, you could say that we're equally as guilty, and I think we are, that, like, if a totalitarian state came into power, I think most people would be just obey it. You know, people would have their rationalizations and justifications, but, you know, you put me in as dictator, and I'll just go, yeah, there's a crisis, so don't do anything. And people are going to go out there and say, yeah, there's a crisis, wear a mask, or, you know, you need to wear 50 rubber bands around your head, or you need to tie your shoes together, you know, tie your laces together in your shoes. Like, the government and experts said to do it, so you got to do it. And, like, tens and tens of millions of people would just do it without a second thought. I'm surprised in this country how weak-willed a lot of people have been. But the thing is that the difference isn't, oh, well, we're the geniuses of the world and all these people are fucking retarded. I think that's the wrong thing to think. I think the more accurate thing to think, and this is what I think, is we're all the curious people. We're all the people that have a follow-up question, that want to know exactly what's happening and why and what justifies it and based on what, and we're curious. And these people, if they're guilty of anything, they're uncurious. They hear something and they go, okay, you know, all right. And I think that that's what separates us. I don't think that they're immoral, you know, arguably. I don't think they are bad people or blah, blah, blah. Or like stupid. Anything like that. I think that's the wrong way to think of it. I just don't think they're curious. I don't really think, like, you know, they hear something and they go, oh, they just accept it. And with me, and this is something that's been true for me for my entire life. I mean, and we're talking about going back a ways back to, like, you know, I'm 7 years old. And I was like 7 or, yeah, I had to have been no later than 7. And I'll look this up. Let me look this up. Yeah, dude, I was 7 years old. Okay, so I was either 7 or 8 years old. I couldn't have been older than that. And my mother rented Titanic. And I watched Titanic with the exception of, what's-her-face, the actress showing her tits in the film. My parents forced me to turn my head away at that scene. But I watched the Titanic, and after I watched Titanic, I, at the age of 8, became obsessed with knowing everything that you could know about the Titanic. It fascinated me. I couldn't get over how interested I was about the Titanic, to the point where I brought it up in school, and the teacher at the time called my parents over it and was like, oh, you know, your son talked to me about the Titanic, and, you know, he was talking about it with other kids, and I don't want him talking about this in class. He shouldn't be talking about, because, you know, what happened with the Titanic was a horrible thing, and it was a tragedy. He shouldn't be talking about this. And basically, my parents had to speak to me about it, to the point where, like, you shouldn't talk about this in class. And I said, well, like, why? Because the other kids are interested in it, and they want to know more about it. Like, I'm making them interested in the Titanic. Both, like, the film, the event, you know, all the circumstances of the time period, and they want to know about it. So why should I not tell them about it? And I just basically said, okay. Like, they just said, well, you just got to do it because the teacher's going to call us, blah, blah, blah. I just stopped talking about it. So I did. But to me, that's the difference. Is that, and to me, it's like over my lifetime, you know, it's been a million things. Because of Max Payne, I read about Norse mythology. So that was whatever. Early 2000s, 2001, 2002. I bought books and I read a whole bunch of stuff about Norse mythology. Later in my life, I became obsessed with Greek mythology and I studied that. And it's because when something captures my interest, I try to know as much as I can on it, so that if I talk about it, I don't sound like a fucking idiot. Because I like to know things, even if it's just esoteric knowledge that most people don't care about and find to be factoid trivia nonsense, that you're some faggot on Jeopardy. Congratulations. You know some random trivia, you're watching Jeopardy and you can answer a fucking question. Congratulations. But, it's just, I'm a curious person. I like to know things. Certain things fascinate me, and that like today, I said it early in the stream, I talked today, like, just today, because of Crusader, not just today, but over the month, since I've been playing Crusaders 3, I was like, hey, there's weird stuff in this game about the Catholic Church. I should look up information about the Catholic Church, because was the Pope actually located in Rome at this time period? Was he? And so I looked it up, and I looked at the history of where the popes were during different time periods over hundreds and hundreds of years. I just wanted to know. People in the chat getting angry that I'm not talking about the debate. Okay, welcome to the Louis Le Vau stream, where everything I talk about is anything but the debate, alright? Welcome to the channel. Let's see here. I mean, you can give it away with the first title of the first stream, where I said it was a shit debate. Cerebral Friction says, real Americans smoke ribs for Thanksgiving. Let's be honest, nobody likes turkey. I like turkey. Turkey is gay. Ribs and wings, the only patriotic way to go. Well, you must be eating some shit turkey then. My parents can actually cook quite a good turkey stuffing, all that. I've had Thanksgiving dinner it was probably when I was a kid, over a few different people's houses. And sometimes it was like sometimes during one of my best friends at the time, I went over his house for Thanksgiving. My parents were doing something. I can't remember what it was, but they went on vacation for something like that. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. But my father went out of town. I don't remember. But I went over his house because they were busy. They were busy doing other shit, so they didn't have time. It was like 1 year, and I was like 12. And so I went over the house of my best friend, and I had Thanksgiving dinner with his family. And I was very close friends with him at the time, so to me that was totally fine. And the problem was, the turkey and everything sucked. The turkey sucked, the stuffing sucked, the potatoes sucked, the gravy sucked. Everything sucked. The pie sucked. And I was like, wow. Like, there is such a thing as a shitty Thanksgiving dinner. And it's the opposite, at least at my family's home, my immediate family. Everything's good. Gravy's good. Stuffing's good. Potatoes are good. Turkey's good. Everything's good. And it's consistent. And there's nothing more that I appreciate in this world than being consistently good. So, to me, I don't have a problem with Thanksgiving dinner at all. So, yeah, turkey sandwiches, maybe not. I think it's fine with, like, mayo or whatever. Not all the time. But I don't, turkey and gravy I think is fine. You can fuck up potatoes. You can fuck up potatoes. Don't say that in the chat. You can. You don't think so, but I've seen it. It's how you cook them. Undercook them, overcook them. I don't know how they fucking do it. You dip it in some crazy shit. You cut it open, put some shit in it that isn't even butter. I don't know what the fuck they did, but it sucked. You would think you can. I mean, if somebody can fuck up a cup of coffee, and this happens consistently in my life, people are paid to make cups of coffee. They regularly fuck them up. If you can fuck up a cup of coffee, you can fuck up anything. That's a rule for life. And if you can fuck up a cup of coffee, you can fuck up a baked potato or mashed potatoes. You can fuck it up. Never put it past people to not know how to fucking cook. Richard says, is permitting abortion considered holding a woman to a lower moral standard? It seems as such. Yeah, I'd say so. You're probably right about that, Richard. It seems as such, and that seems to be lost completely in the discussion as it's bypassed by simply declaring it not life thoughts. To touch on and off, it is lowering your standards, morally speaking. But the issue is that, to me, it's a matter of a personal question. If you impregnated a girl, would you tell her, go get an abortion? I can't imagine the circumstances that I would ever advocate that. Ever. You know, to me, it would just be, I don't know how I could ever look myself in the mirror after saying that to a girl. Like, no, go kill our unborn child. Just go do that, you whore. You know, throw her some money. Go pay. Here, I'll pay for it. Like, I couldn't imagine myself so morally depraved that that I would do that. But the issue is, if some whore goes and gets an abortion, that's her decision. If it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Like, I'm not going to stand in her way. Like, no, allow me to pay for this child for the rest of my fucking life. That's not my prerogative. Maybe that is the compassionate thing to do, the moral thing to do, the Christian thing to do. But the issue is that when push comes to shove, you know, I have enough responsibilities in my life. I am trying to go for more, but the issue is that I don't feel obligated to have to make up for somebody else's mistake. I don't feel the moral imperative to do that. Maybe that's wrong of me, and maybe you're a better person than I am, and there are better people than me, and I'm not, you know, I have no question of that. But, like I say, maybe it's just out of selfishness. You can, you know, say that this is a moral failing on my part, but I stand by the fact that your moral failure and depravity is on you. It's not on me. You know, if you go out and kill somebody and, you know, turn around and look at me and say, well, why didn't you stop me? It's like, well, that's not my prerogative. You're a fucking murderer anyways. Why should I have to stop you from fucking murdering somebody? You know, when I risk my life. If I believe, like, if let's say we're in this situation where you're about to murder somebody and you have your back to me and I have a gun in my hand, yeah, I'll kill you and stop you from killing somebody else. But the problem is that I realize in that situation that I just put my life in the line too, not just because maybe I miss or you turn around and shoot me, but now you're going to have the state coming after me. Like, I go out and I try to do the right thing. I try to be a good Samaritan, and I shoot you, the murderer, or the wannabe murderer, before you can kill your target. There's a very good chance in this nation that I go to jail for the rest of my fucking life for that. Because we live in a moral relativist world. And at the end of the day, self-preservation kicks in. But here's the thing, though. don't ever test me. And I'm very serious about this, whether it's me or you listening to this. Never take a risk with your life when it comes to dealing with somebody who's threatening to take it. Never give them the opportunity to threaten your life. If they're coming at you with any kind of weapon, there's any kind of significant chance they're going to kill you, do not hesitate to nuke them. Do not hesitate to pull that trigger or do whatever you have to preserve your life. Because even in the case that an activist DA comes after you, and this is what I say to people to justify myself, and people roll their eyes and all this, but it's the fact, and it's how I feel, and if you don't feel the same way, then fuck you, whatever, die then, I guess. I'll take my chances in court, but in the case, I'll go to jail, and in 15 years, I'll get out, I'll be alive, and you or they will still be dead. So, that's what it is. I'm just aware that that's the case, and I'm not afraid of that. I fear death. I don't fear having to go to jail for 15 years and not having any priors and all the rest. Because that's probably what I'm going to be looking at tops. And I think you should consider that. That's a code to live by. Cowboy says, look into Fight Light SCR. Those are pretty cool. Use AR uppers, but classic stock lower, style lower. I don't know that brand. Gath says, get a M1A. They are New York compliant models. Is that M1A? I'm not actually sure what you mean by that. Anyways. Mainly Misheard says, don't forget about the transgender twin game. Tell me why. Yeah, I know. For the next cringe game stream. Yeah, I don't know. I've been debating it. I'm so afraid, dude. Because when I'm not afraid of cringe. Like, that was the best part of Last of Us 2. Or whatever the fuck it was. Or Last of Us 2, no. What the fuck was it called? Life is Strange 2, sorry. Last of Us. The problem was it was boring. The later episodes got really boring. And that's what I fear. I fear that Tell Me Why is going to be fucking boring. And I get that vibration from it. I'm really getting that vibe from it, is that it's fucking boring. And it's just not entertaining then. No one's going to watch, no one's going to care. But I'm considering it. Yeah. So yeah, I really I don't really have much to say about this the stream. the debate. Like I said, Trump had a mediocre at best performance. I think he missed out on several big opportunities. And Joe Biden just waffled half the time. That was half of what he did, was just waffle. Nothing. Nonsense. Correcting himself, stopping himself, starting over, and it wasn't helped by fucking Trump interrupting him. The problem isn't even that, Trump's being too aggressive. It's that Joe Biden can barely string a sentence along, and when he is, he's saying fucking nothing. So, expectations were what they were with him. And unfortunately with Trump, I don't know if it connected the way that it did with Hillary, because at least Hillary was cogent. You disagree, and she engaged in platitudes and all that nonsense, but with Joe, it takes him so fucking long to just say a sentence that it's like a minute fucking passes before he can even say anything. So, unfortunately, I guess I'll go to Twitter. I mentioned in the first version of the stream, I guess there's people on Twitter denying that cities are being burned down. What the fuck? Let me go under my... Oh, here it is. It's from Matt Walsh. I believe this is the tweet. The media is being pretty reasonable. They just need Trump to publicly denounce white supremacists 12 times a day, while Democrats actively defend, promote, and fund left-wing terror groups that are currently burning down our cities. I don't see the problem here. So obviously he's speaking sarcastically. But yes, this is one of the problems that, because of the media, like, I would have to say, like, at this point, I would ask my parents, like, are you aware of the riots? Like, are you aware of them occurring? Because the news has talked about them, but it really is like, okay, 5 seconds in, 5 o'clock news. Welcome to the news. Yeah, there's some riots in Portland, and they show some people marching, and then they move to the next story. It's like, I don't even know if they know anything about it. And that's just kind of the problem, is that, again, like I say, just the problem of uncurious people. They just watch the news, and the news is like, yeah, there's a riot, and let's talk about the weather. And do they have any fucking clue what's happening? I have no idea. Like, all the right-wingers do. Everyone who's on the right has some idea what the fuck is going on with the riots. But the problem is, are the normies, are the independents, like, the people are like, well, I don't know who I should vote for. Like, do they have the faintest fucking idea that any of this is going on? They know COVID's happening because their lives have been directly affected. But anything else, who the fuck knows? Let's see here. What else is going on Twitter? Yeah, so Donald Trump just retweeted this about the Green New Deal. I don't... Biden on stage denied... Well, he didn't deny. He said the Green New Deal is not my plan. Which is not like you saying, I don't support it. It's just saying, well, I didn't come up with it. But he defended it during the debate. Like, he said that the Green New Deal would pay for itself. Which, it's like, okay, well, like, you're defending it. You're actively defending something, like, you don't support? What? Like, if I don't support something, I'm not going to say, like, yeah, by the way, here's this $100 trillion plan, it would pay for itself. How is that not advocacy? It's just, the question is, like, I imagine that was dishonesty. He's trying to play both sides. He's actively trying to play both sides. Where, no, I don't support it because it's insane, but at the same time, I'm going to defend it. To keep my base happy. I don't know. I guess he's just trying to play both sides. But as far as I can tell on stage, and you guys in the chat, you can see how you felt, but I saw him as actively supporting it. And I thought that was wild. I thought that was one of the wildest parts of the whole debate, was him stumping for the fucking Green New Deal. Let's see here. What else? Fucking Andrew Yang. Fuck off. Eric Kane, stop retweeting this fucking asshole. I'll never understand the people that hate Trump so much that it's like, vote out Trump and vote in somebody who I cannot possibly ideologically agree with one iota. I'll never fucking understand it. Like, the cynicism behind that. There's never been a single candidate in my lifetime that I said, well, he might be shit and I might be ideologically opposed to him entirely, but vote for him anyways. Never once. Never once in my fucking life. I will never understand that. I just don't get it. Like, at the end of George Bush's, administration, by Bush's second term, I actively disliked his presidency, even though I was an idiot kid. I disliked him after he left. I was vaguely supportive of Obama. I voted for Obama in 2008, but I soured to him not long after that. And by his second term, I didn't vote for him. I voted for Jill Stein in 2012. Or, 2012. I always forget for some reason. Always confuse it for the midterm for some reason. I don't know why. But it's like, say whatever you want to about me, but there's never been a time where I've decided that, like I say, just the idea that I'm going to vote for somebody that I know I disagree with just because I think the most vague nationalist/populist conceivable that's in office is such a fucking threat that I'm just going to throw away everything. I don't understand it. I don't see a lot of sincerity from the people claiming that Trump is a fucking fascist and blah, blah, blah. It's like, how? Like, describe exactly, philosophically, politically, anything. How is Trump a fascist? Oh, well, his speaking style. It's like, okay, fuck his speaking style. What is he doing that mirrors fascist policy? What? And they'll probably come back with some bullshit about immigration. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not a communist. So sorry. I guess if you're a communist, you think everyone's a fucking fascist, including liberals. So by that category, maybe I am to you. But the fact is that no, philosophically, politically, I'm not a fascist, neither is Trump. Neither are people supporting him. As far as I can tell, the fascists and the fucking white supremacists, they're actively backing Biden right now. For whatever reason. Maybe they think him and his idiot administration are basically going to bring about race consciousness in the United States and everything's going to dissolve. So it's just, cynical accelerationist fucking, voting patterns. But wow, Joe Biden's sure won 100 votes. He sure got that white supremacist 100 vote ticket in the bag. That demographic. Another thing about Trump is whoever was the director of the FBI, when he said the greatest threat in the United States right now are white supremacists, he should have been fired that fucking day. Because, like, not only is that a lie, but it's a big lie. To talk about fascism, it's a big lie. It's one of those lies that are so on its face, false. Not just wrong, but false. That it's malicious. It's a malicious lie. There's intention behind it. And so that's what I mean. If I guess you could say if I were president, and that's very easy to say, but this is just one of those things about, I'm sure Jared Kushner came out of the woodwork to say to Trump, don't do anything, leave this fucking guy in there. But if that happened under my administration, where your FBI director is like, yeah, this non-existent force in America is the biggest threat to it, you're fired that day. You're gone. I'm not asking for your resignation. You're fucking fired. And anyone that backs you up, they're gone too. We'll keep going down the line. And this is the thing when it comes to actual governance. You have to be willing to go scorched earth. Because the lesson that everyone learns is to never challenge you. If you want to keep your job, if you want to keep your pension, and that's the other thing, you go for their pensions. You go for everything. You blackball them so they can't get any speaking jobs. You pass a law so that there's no speaking. There's no what's it? It's called something. I forget. It's not an NDA. It's something else where you basically can't use the expertise that you used in this particular position in another job for a set amount of time. You do that for 15 years. When it comes to all these bureaucrat jobs that they're going to go in and work for defense contractors and yada yada. So if they lose their job in government, it's a big fucking deal. And especially, let's say you get fired. You can't talk about your position within, like, your experience within that position for 15 years. That's a consequence if you get fired from that position. You need to make these people feel that you have something over them, and that you have to get them in the position that, not necessarily, you can go to an extreme degree, but I don't think anyone is asking for anyone to be Trump's yes-men. No one's asking for these people to be Trump's yes-men. But don't fucking create malicious lies to where you're actively misinforming the fucking public. And you're the head of a major organization within the federal government. Like, all you do is make me think that all these federal bureaucracies are so tainted and so corrupt that if Trump just snapped his fingers and did something, like, dictatorial, like Trump comes out tomorrow and goes, no more FBI, FBI's gone, I'd be like, good, fuck the FBI. It's a completely corrupt organization, fuck it. What do we lose? Like, when you have the public actively distrustful towards parts of the government that they should trust, they should be the good guys going after the bad guys, when everyone suspects them, then that gives grounds to actual dangerous people to just do whatever the fuck they want, because then they will have the consent of the fucking public. And it's not Trump doing that. It's those people within these institutions doing that. Like, let's say tomorrow Trump just fucking clears house. Let's continue with the example of the FBI. Trump fires like 1,000 people within the FBI in one day. He just creates a blacklist and fires every single one of them. You're telling me his base won't support that? Trump just comes out and says, I fired all the corrupt agents. You're telling me his base won't buy that. And the fact is, his base is big enough that it can win him the election. So, as far as I'm sitting, as far as where I'm sitting, as far as I'm concerned, Trump has been incredibly reserved with the use of authority of his office. He's been incredibly reserved and litigious rather than executing on things. I've complained about that already in the past. And to me, it's just I think the left is playing a dangerous game, and that eventually you're going to have somebody in that position. You're going to have somebody that is remarkably more dangerous than Trump. And I would say that if America ever makes the mistake that somehow I fall my way into the office, that I'm president, you will rue the day that I am ever in that position compared to Trump. Because I'm not going to hesitate to use the authority of the office to do whatever the fuck that I want and think that I can get away with. Because if I have the consent of my base, I don't need your consent. That's the nature of power. So long as I have the actual underpinnings of the government and the society underneath me, I have the consent of the voter, the consent of the Electoral College, and that of the Constitution, nothing is inhibiting me from doing what I want. And with Trump, like I say, one of my complaints about him is that he is overly reserved. And it's because with Trump, he fundamentally doesn't understand the nature of power. He fundamentally doesn't understand the nature of actual governance in a position such as the times that we are in, where you have an actual existing threat to the continuation of the nation. When there is an existing existential threat posed to the continuation of the nation, it justifies any use of force against them. All moral consideration is put aside when such a threat exists, because any hesitation gives your enemy the opportunity to maneuver against you. And like I say, Trump has acted in such a sluggish capacity that my only takeaway is that he is ignorant to the true nature of the threat. He's just not aware of it, and everyone around him is lying to him about it. I don't think he's dumb. I just think he's surrounded himself with bad people who lie to him and downplay everything that's going on in this country. But yeah, if you look at many examples in history, including that of the Civil War, and I'm not saying to go this far, obviously, but I'm speaking to the true nature of power. Do you think that Abraham Lincoln gave a fucking shit about Congress, about the Constitution, about morality, about the the consideration of the tactics of war during the scorched earth campaign that he and Grant wielded against the South? Do you think Andrew Jackson gave a shit about about principle, about adhering to what Congress has to say during his presidency? No. He believed that what he was doing was under the framework of his office, and he did it. And when Congress in the courts disagreed, he ignored them and did it anyways. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Why? That is the nature of power. You either have it or you don't. And when it comes to checks to your power, if they actually have power to wield against you, they can stop you. But if they claim you can't do this and you do it and there's no repercussions, then they were lying. They were lying about you not having the power to do that. You do. Fundamentally, this is just, something that is, if you read enough about philosophy, if you read enough about history, this is the thing that you eventually understand. Here's an example, okay? Do you think that Barack Obama had the constitutional authority to execute a U.S. citizen without a trial overseas? Well, that is a malformed question, because he did it. Barack Obama assassinated a U.S. citizen without a trial, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. There were no challenges in the courts. There was no case to be made in the media. No one said, recall Barack Obama. Nothing fucking happened. There were no challenges, there were no questions, there were no qualms, there were no considerations, there were no repercussions whatsoever. Barack Obama served out the rest of his term and was out windsailing and, surfing the next day after he left office, having a grand old time. If the checks to your power don't exist, They don't exist. And whatever authority that you say you have and you can execute on, you have. The checks either exist or they fucking don't. And that to me is the matter of the checks should exist. That's obviously the point that I'm making to all this. But the problem is that, like, the foundations of our society are so destabilized that you have the Mongols within the gates, like the communists in all of them, the people that are actively sympathetic to the communists, that are actively trying to destroy our society from within. They're already past the gates. They're in. They're already in the system. The fact that we are 4 years in, and now Trump is purging this communist shit from the government to some degree. To some degree now he's purging it. I mean, to me, it's like, again, like, it's him fundamentally not understanding the threat that is posed. And the people around him lying every fucking day about it. So yes, I'll drop that point. But I just get sick of the fucking bullshit around Donald Trump is a fascist. Donald Trump is a dictator. All this shit. It does not reflect reality whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. It's not even rhetorically accurate in any way. To say that Trump is an overly litigious faggot is accurate. That is an accurate assessment of Trump's administration. Overly litigious. Overly reliant on courts that are slated against him. Stupidly. But that's his choice. Those are the choices that he's choosing to make. Even though it is completely besides the fucking point. Anyways, let's check out some things on Twitter. See if we can find some stuff regarding the debate. People complaining about Chris Wallace. I don't know if I've ever seen a debate in my life where I really felt like, wow, that the moderator in the debate did a bang-up job. He just did great. I don't know if I've ever seen one. I think people can keep bringing up Joe Rogan. I would imagine maybe Joe Rogan would, I would say, at least be fairer in a good way. He could be fair on both sides. I think it could have been fairer to say to Trump, listen, if this is going to work, just stop. You're interrupting too much. Just ease up a little bit. Just to be fair. And if he turns around and does the same thing, I'll say the same thing to him, but just ease up a little bit. Because just, even in a cynical point of view, I don't think it did Trump any favors. Maybe on Law and Order. Let me see if I can find that clip.
This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans.
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
You did a crime bill, 1994, where you called them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
These cops aren't happy.
I would say that was probably one of the only parts of the debate that I saw that I thought Trump was particularly effective on. Because I think that is unspeakably true. And I would say that was one of the moments where I think Trump shined, because I think Joe Biden is incredibly weak on that particular issue, because he's stuck. Joe Biden has an unbelievable record when it comes to super predators and all that shit in the 90s, turning around now where it's like, fuck the police, let the joggers run free sort of shit, where he is now. And where Antifa is an idea, not an organization, which to me is so funny, because, dude, that's like what the communists say. I think that might have been the best line from Joe Biden tonight, was like another big lie. It's an idea, not an organization. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that ideas are beating the fuck out of people, burning down businesses, causing billions of dollars in damage, and chasing Kyle Rittenhouse down the road trying to fucking murder him. I didn't realize it was ideas doing that. I guess I must be just watching. By ideas, do you mean people? And if there are people, are they tied together in any way? Oh, they're tied together? By what? By an identification with an organization? Oh, okay. An organization with an ideology, symbols, iconography, all this shit, organization, structure, planning, all this. But no, it's not an organization. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I mean, who the fuck is setting up all these marches? All the signs? Who's bringing those in? How are they grouping together? Is it just coincidence? People just walking on the street? Like, I didn't realize this. Like, I go to the gas station to buy some Arizona iced tea, and people just all of a sudden converge to march down the road going, Black Lives Matter in unison. I'm like, oh my God! Like, my mind's been formatted. Let me go join them in the march. Is that what's going on? Or is there active coordination for 100% of this across the nation at once? Give me a fucking break. This bullshit about it not being an organization, it's loosely affiliated, but it is nonetheless a fucking organization. Come the fuck on. If the fucking Proud Boys are an organization, how the fuck is Antifa not an organization? Come the fuck on with this. It's a big lie. Say whatever you want to. It's another big lie. It is a malicious lie. It is a lie with intent. Let's see, what else is going on Twitter? Mail-in ballots. Joe Biden talking about his fucking cokehead son. I don't care. What's funny is just like the level of nepotism with Joe Biden's son. Like, Joe Biden's son is incredibly fucking wealthy. Like, unbelievably wealthy. Because his father is getting him no work and no show jobs. And I made this point to my parents, and I said this on Twitter, and I've said this to more than just my parents, but a few people where we've talked about politics, where we've had any opportunities to talk outside of like on Discord and shit because of COVID. Fucking, like, this is something the mob does. This isn't just your average kind of nepotism. Like, oh, did you know that the boss got his son a job at the company? It's like, okay, that's standard nepotism. Your standard kind of nepotism isn't no-show and no-work jobs. That isn't standard fucking nepotism. That is what the mafia does. The mafia gets you no-show and no-work jobs. That's why they're called no-show and no-work. I mean, this is straight out of the fucking Sopranos. It's unreal. And that's what Hunter Biden did for fucking years. That's how he's so unbelievably wealthy. Was his dad setting up a litany of no-show and no-work jobs. He's getting paid millions. And he's not even there. He's not even bothering to show up and do no work. He's just not showing up and getting paid millions of dollars. Come on! I mean, to me, that, especially when it involves him and the Chinese government and shit, fucking forget about it. After that, fuck this. I never in a million years would vote for this fucking guy. Because that is so slimy and suspicious. So like I've said on Twitter, there's no fucking way that Joe is not getting kickbacks for these jobs. There's no fucking way that Joe is just doing this nepotistic shit for no other reason than to get his son these jobs, when his son is making millions of fucking dollars. There's no fucking way. Joe has to be getting kickbacks. It has to be the fucking case. There's just too much that have aligned. You know what I mean? Like, it's just impossible. I do not believe that Joe Biden is getting nothing for this. It's bad enough that his son is getting these things, but there's no effing way that the father is not getting a cut of this shit. Because it appears that Joe Biden is just as corrupt as Hillary Clinton. That they were equally fucking corrupt. That with Hillary Clinton, she's got all this shit going on with the Clinton Foundation. And you could say, you know, Chelsea Clinton working for the organization, working for NBC, which was a no-work job. You know, yeah, nepotistic bullshit. But at least she's in NBC in New York, whatever. It's a no-work job at NBC, and that's what Chelsea Clinton did for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fine. But dude, this guy is consistently fucking working overseas. Where there's a direct conflict of interest between Joe Biden as vice president involving himself with trade negotiations with China, and at the same time, Hunter Biden's working for the Chinese. Come on! That is Clinton levels of corruption. And it's just unreal. And like I say, I don't understand how, after that point, you can see yourself as defending this fucking guy and willing to vote for this fucking dude. No way. Never in a million fucking years. Yeah, somebody just made a Sopranos reference in the chat. Finn, who was Meadows' boyfriend, got a no-show job and still showed up and did the job. Like, they got him either a no-work or a no-show. I'm not sure. It might have been a no-work job, but he actually still helped out along, on the job site. So he actually did work. So that was a funny aspect to the Sopranos. Some shit about the lockdown. Okay, here's another time in the debate. Let me get this video up.
And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that.
No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots. That somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
I asked you had an opportunity to respond.
Go
ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal.
There was a race where there was, I believe, more than one election where the results had to be thrown out because there was obvious fraud going on. So this to me, I don't know why they're doing this. It's so fucking dangerous. Like, this is third world levels of shit, but they're doing it. Like, they're actively trying to push like an actual destabilization tactic that we would do in like the third world.
The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome, and I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest
okay.
ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more...
So I would say that was one of the ways in which that Chris Wallace was interfering in a way that was unnecessary. Because I think that there is a serious contention right now about the outcome of the election. And I think that this is one of the things that they could have given more time. But the fact is that there's some weird shit going on in this election when it comes to this fucking ballot nonsense. And like I say, if what is going on is what it seems to be, it's extremely dangerous. And I think that, like, both sides, if they were being honest, would say, there's some weird shit going on. The best thing you should do is, if you feel safe, show up and vote at the polls. But the thing is that you have people on the right saying, if you can riot in person, you can vote in person, all that sort of pithy bullshit. But on the left, they're just straight up saying, like, no, we're going to fuck that, baby. We're going all the way in, and I'm going to be stuffing some fucking ballot boxes. Like, they're playing really fast and loose with this shit, and it's extremely dangerous. Tim Pool talks about the Civil War. Like, it's never close to being the truth, to where he's not exaggerating with this when this is the kind of shit they're fucking around with. Like, this is how civil wars happen. Or where nations are destabilized, is where people don't accept the outcome of elections. So this shit, we're like, no, we're going to be counting ballots weeks after the fucking election. That is insane. That is insane. Let's see here. Let's see what else is there. There's too much anime on my feed. Get these anime girls' asses off my feed. I'm trying to look for politics. Oh yeah, somebody earlier today, it was like an ex-White House physician was like, yeah, you should drug test Joe Biden. I don't know. I mean, I made memes about it earlier, him doing coke before stage. I'd be willing to bet money this guy took some kind of cocktail of, like, Adderall. Like, I'm not even joking. I knew kids when I was in college that were, like, really abusing Adderall. Like, I don't know where they got it, because as far as I know, it's a prescription medication, but they were taking Adderall. Like, I was in a study group when I was at UB, where one of the girls that were in the group, I kept seeing her pop pills. Like, every day I saw her pop a pill. And eventually I asked her, somebody made a comment about it. It was like a joke, because they knew what it was. And I asked her, I said, it's none of my business, but what kind of pills are you popping there? Because I see you pop them, like, every day. And I was suspicious that they were Adderall. And she says it's Addy. And I said, well, do you have ADHD, or are you just popping them to study? And she goes, to study. I was like, fucking Jesus. Like, people talked about that shit in college, but no, people do abuse Adderall in colleges. And I will say, it is a problem at University at Buffalo. They just rated it the best university in New York. There is an Adderall abuse problem on the campus. And I'm sure right now they're being like, oh no, it's because you had Louis Le Vau on the campus. And while he's sitting there, debating professors about philosophy, he wasn't really doing that. He wasn't engaging in spirited autistic debates in class and then all the while failing out of the college. He wasn't doing that. He was just walking around the campus going, one thing I don't like is these niggers on the campus and these trinks. What's with all the Chinese here? That's what I was doing when I was there. That's why I flunked out of that university. That's the problem on campus is racism. Racism. It's not kids pumping themselves full of fucking drugs so they can get a useless degree. Now people are talking about Adderall. But yeah, I in all honesty, I think it's a very high likelihood in my view that Joe Biden is, because of his mental deterioration, is on some kind of medication. I'm confident of that. Because his performance wasn't exactly great. He stumbled in that, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as some of the interviews that I've seen him, do. Where he is just fucking lost. There's even times where he's obviously reading some kind of script and he's fucking fumbling all over the fucking place. And for him to show up and to be somewhat coherent, come on. Did he have a special K today? Was that it? He had his iced tea and some special K, and he had his breakfast, and he's ready to go for the debate at 9 o'clock at night, when this guy's probably already in bed at that point. No fucking way. I'm not saying he's doing coke, that's the joke. But I do think he's on probably some kind of, Hitler-esque cocktail of fucking drugs. And I'll challenge the people in the chat. Bull Moose, stop spelling out nigger in the chat. I will challenge you in the chat. Do you honestly, sincerely, do you think I'm wrong? It's just he's incoherent some of the times. He's lucid sometimes. He's just inconsistent. Or are you like me where you think he is on some kind of cocktail of drugs to try to keep him lucid? Put it in the chat. And I'm saying make it sincere. He's just incoherent sometimes from senility, or do you think he's on a cocktail of drugs? I'll turn it over to the chat. I don't know. The thing is with Trump, I don't think Trump was on drugs. I would say there's no way he would have challenged him to do a drug test if Trump was going to fucking fail it. That would blow up in his face so fucking bad it'd be unbelievable. That it would actually damage him. So, there's no way Trump was on drugs. Well, it seems like there's a decent debate in the chat. It seems like some people are just saying drugs and other people are just saying he's senile and all over the place, so it's inconsistent. But yeah, I some kind of cocktail of Adderall, some kind of steroid, to keep him, from falling over and that. I think that there is a very good chance he's on a cocktail of drugs to make it tonight. So I guess I just have some people that disagree with me in the chat, and that's fine. Because I don't know. I wasn't, dude. People, someone in the chat says you could see his eyes that were dilated. I can't see this fucking dude's eyes. He squints so narrow, I can't even see his fucking eyes. I don't know. I was surprised that Trump didn't do anything funny. Maybe he did and I didn't see it. I'm surprised he didn't go up to shake his hand and then check his ears. That would have been a Trump move. Pretend you're going to like shake Biden's hand and then quickly side to side check his ears. Even if just for a joke. To see if he has a mic. And I didn't see anything that would have said. He kept touching his ear in the beginning. I noticed that Biden kept touching his ear. But I think he stopped doing it eventually. But he also had his breaks. So what was Biden doing during his breaks? They mandated 30-minute breaks. What was he doing during the breaks? I'll let you guys guess that. I have no idea. Probably just sitting down. That's probably what he was doing during the breaks, was sitting down, being tired. Number one trend on Twitter is Proud Boys, I believe. Which, definitely organic. As one thing I've learned with the left, everything is just the most organic thing possible. Oh, come on, don't do this, Twitter. Is this them just screeching?
No, the answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
That is
absolutely
you know what, you're not true.
You're going to have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but I see it seems to be. Why should I be different than?
See, again, this is what I mean. Trump is trying to make a point, and Chris just goes like, let me play this again. It's so obvious. Like, again, it's always the case that the moderation is bad, but I hate this shit. Like, just let him fucking say what he's gonna say. It goes 10 minutes longer than it was planned for. Then fucking let it go 10 minutes. Fuck.
We're moving on.
It didn't take that.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
He stood up.
No, the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
That is absolutely
you know what,
not
stop.
true.
You're going to have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but I see it seems to be. Why should I be different than the two of you?
He's right at the end. This is what I mean.
Why should I be different than the two of you? That's the end of it.
When you, the moderator, are not fucking important. No one wants to fucking hear you speak. No one wants to fucking hear you speak. I think it was 3 times. 3 times he tries to start the question.
That's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
It didn't take that.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to
question.
be honest.
No,
He stood up.
No,
He stood up,
the answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
I can't. Who the fuck are you? Just let him make the statement, ask the fucking question, let Biden respond, for fuck's sake. But again, this is something that makes Joe Biden look extremely fucking corrupt. So what does Chris Wallace do? Speaks over. He speaks over them. Not to say, okay, stop talking. Okay, Trump, go. Okay, stop. Biden, don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Trump. State your question. We're going to go 5 minutes over. Let's do this topic. It is an important question because it has to do with his fucking presence as being a corrupt as fuck vice president. That he wasn't just sitting there smiling and saying how much he liked Barack Obama. He was doing all this shit in the background. He's fucking corrupt.
That's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Vice President.
Okay, now, why did they just post the thing twice? Thank you, Politico, for posting the same thing fucking twice. It has to be. It happened with every debate I've ever watched, where somebody on either side has brought up a question that is worth answering, and the moderator just goes, next question, shut up, everyone, shut up, I'm gonna kill you both. Like, stop talking, we're gonna go to the next inane fucking question, even though somebody has brought up a pertinent question I would like fucking answered. The overly structured nature of these debates is one of the worst aspects of them. The moderators like putting themselves in the spotlight. Like, we got to put the camera on Chris Wallace. I don't want to see Chris Wallace. Anyone could be Chris Wallace in this position. It's never about the fucking moderator. But the problem is with the media, they're always included. They're always the ref interfering, making bad calls. If Trump has a question or Biden has a question, let him ask it. It goes on 5 minutes additionally. Fucking fine. My God, man. I swear to God, this has to be one of the mistakes of the Trump administration, is force them. If you're going to do a second debate, say, if I have an additional question, I get to ask the fucking question, or fuck the debate. Because the debates are not fucking worth listening to if the person that I'm going to vote for can't ask a fucking question to something I find pertinent because I think Joe Biden is corrupt, which is why I'm not voting for him. I came to the conclusion that Joe Biden is fucking corrupt. Maybe there's other people that don't know that and would be interested in the question and the answer. Maybe Joe Biden has a perfectly cogent and reasonable response other than just ridiculous denial of everything. Denial of everything. Oh, it's been investigated, blah, blah, blah. By who? In what way? A lot of the circumstances of the situation don't pass the smell test. You're out there bragging about how corrupt you are. Fuck. The moderation is so frustrating because, again, it's just... Again, Joe Biden or Trump, if they have a fucking question they want to ask, just let them fucking ask it. Why is it so difficult? But no, the ref has to interfere. The ref has to make it about them. Oh my God, dude. It has to be intentional. It has to be intentional. Because it's too obnoxious to be accidental, all right? If it's like ego tripping, whatever. Like, I see people on Twitter right now, Chris Wallace was ego tripping. Wrong. Wrong. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you have fallen for the easiest cop-out possible. Alright, what else we got? Am I out of my timeline? Is Twitter fucked up successfully, so my timeline is now gone? Refresh the fucking page, I guess. Uh-oh. Apparently Biden had a wire on him. But that might be a microphone though.
There it is. Fight for the wire.
I think it might be a mic, though. That's the thing you gotta look for. Oh, yeah, he's got a wire. I don't know. Is that a... No, that's a wire. That is a wire, but it might be a mic, though. It might be one of those back mics. He might have some kind of lapel mic on him.
There it is.
I'm not sure. Because this isn't the best photo. Okay, this is a better photo. This might be a lapel mic, though. What do you think? What do you guys think in the chat? You think this is he wired for sound? Or is he got somebody speaking in his ear? What do you think? I think it might be a lapel mic. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It might be a lapel mic. The question is whether Trump had one as well. So like I said, I'll turn it over to you in the chat. So he was wired, we just don't know how. They can be hidden. You can hide a lapel mic. I'm gonna have to make like a fucking straw poll. See what you guys think. You can vote. Do you think it was you know, he's wired for sound, meaning he's getting people feeding into his ear, or do you think it's just a lapel mic? Might have to do a straw poll on that. I got a super chat here I should read. Where is it? So thanks for the big donation by Cowboy Curtis, who says, Louis, here's more money. While I still recommend Fight Light SCR, which is legal in New York and sold out right now. Well, thanks, but not much I can do then. I support you getting a shotgun in Lou Mossberg Stoger. Is that how you say it? Stoger, S-T-O-E-G-E-R, Stoger, and Benelli. And older Remingtons are good. What's wrong with newer Remingtons? Remingtons made after 2007 suck. Why? Good luck and God bless. Well, thank you. Thank you for the blessing and for the money. And for the recommendations. If I get a shotgun, I might cave and get another Beretta. Just because that's just how I am. Is Benelli Italian? It sounds like it is. It ends in a vowel. But it's a crazy world, so it might not be. I'll look that up right now. Yes, they are Italian. Benellis are Italian shotguns. Oh, I recognize this brand. Okay. Oh, it's owned by Beretta. That's why I recognize it. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm like, why do I recognize this? And it's like, yeah, it's owned by Beretta. Oh, okay. That's how much of a firearms expert I am. But yeah, I don't do any of you gun niggers in the chat know why Remingtons after 2007 are not good? They start manufacturing them in like China or Mexico or something? You're gonna have to let me know because I don't have the faintest fucking idea. Go buy old Ithacas? Is the Ithaca shotgun a Remington? Because I know what an Ithaca shotgun is. Oh, Ithaca's the name of the company. I thought that was the model name. Apparently, Featherlight. Model 37, I guess, is what they're actually called. They come in 12 and 20 gauge. With variation of barrel lengths. Wow, I mean, they're expensive as fuck. But there's wow, you can take a look at this. This is like some straight up like Red Dead 2 fucking variation here, like customization. You can customize the gauge, the barrel length, you know, rifled, rib, the actual size, or whatever, cantilever? How do you say this? Cantilever? Rifles, which I don't have the... I know, obviously know what rifling is, but I don't have any idea what the difference would be. I guess maybe range? Would that be the, you know, the reason for it? Although with a shotgun, I could understand with a rifle, but with a shotgun and rifling, I don't know. And then you have different kinds of wood that you can get it in. It's all walnut, but different grades of wood. That's a fucking expensive shotgun. That's all I know. Yeah, just buy an Ithaca. It's like, okay, yeah, let me just make a down payment on a car. Jesus. But thanks for the support there, cowboy. What else do we got going on? More Japanese ass and tits. I don't need to see that right now. I'm trying to talk about politics. More Japanese ass and tits. Don't need to see it. What's this? Oh, who gives a... Dude. Who gives a fucking shit about Trump's taxes? I don't fucking care. Do not fucking care. I don't care. Like, oh, did you know that my son paid more taxes on his fucking no-show, no-work jobs that I got kickbacks on? You know, Trump paid lower taxes because most of his money is tied up in property. And it has to deal with unbelievably esoteric financial knowledge that I don't give a fuck about. I don't care. You can't prove he did anything wrong, so who gives a fucking shit? Let's see here. I already asked that. It looks like I've run out of feed for the time being. I'll take a look at the replies in a second here. Yeah, looks like I'm out of feed. Twitter's being non-responsive. Is there anything new? Oh my, dude, every fucking outlet is reporting that Trump refuses to denounce white supremacy. He already has. Like, just... What I just love is, like, let's say that that's true. Let's say that Trump refuses to denounce white supremacy. White supremacy isn't gonna fucking kill me. It's killing absolutely fucking nobody. The only example that these fucking cocksuckers have is some fucking literal schizoid in Charlottesville ran over some fat chick. Some fat communist. That's the one fucking example. Is some fucking schizoid ran over a chick in Charlottesville in, like, whatever, 2015, 2017, whenever the fuck it was. One fucking example to where it's even contested. Where he had that thing with his, that professor guy and all that bullshit. Like, one example. And the guy is literally a schizoid. Versus billions of dollars in damage from literal communists on the streets, attacking, murdering, burning shit down. Who gives a fucking shit about white supremacists in America? Half of them at this point are voting for fucking Biden and they've endorsed him. Okay? It's an unbelievably small fringe group that no one gives a fucking shit about that are doing fucking nothing. God damn, dude. And I've already said in a video and on a stream, and I'll say this again. You have, let's say you have an actual white supremacist. You have a full-throated white supremacist engaging in lethal violence. Fucking murder them! Kill them! If you have a white supremacist engaging in lethal violence, life-threatening violence, fucking kill them! Cannot be more clear. It's not even a denunciation. No, if they're threatening your life, fucking kill them! God. Let's see here. This might be it. It might be just more of what I've seen and also anime tits. Is there anything else? By the way, what the fuck is going on in Philadelphia? I'm not really sure what he was referencing. I see Jake Tapper trying to dispel it, saying it's not true. But I don't know what he's actually speaking to. Oh shit, is this video of Boogie? See, this is kind of sad because you shouldn't show up to somebody, so I'll put this on screen, but I just want to be very clear that even though I've said a lot of shit about Boogie in the past, because I generally find Boogie to be a lot of things. Dude, don't show up at this guy's fucking house and shit, like, you shouldn't do this. Leave the guy alone. If you want to mess with him online and whatever, then fine. Mess with him online. Like, don't show up at his fucking house. Like, this is just wrong. Like, leave this guy the fuck alone.
Castle Doctrine means I get to take you inside and fuck you.
Okay.
Castle Doctrine means I get to take you inside and fuck you.
Dude, this fucking faggot who did this is lucky he didn't get fucking shot. So, yeah, I'll just say this, is that with this whole Boogie thing, if I have to take a side on this, I'm going to side with Boogie and say, leave this guy the fuck alone, stay away from his house, stop fucking with him in real life, and, like, you play your cards right, you're going to get fucking shot, and if I'm on that fucking jury, I'm saying not guilty on behalf of Boogie. I say set Boogie free, you can get nuked and get fucked. Fuck you, your life doesn't matter. Some 4chan thread about Biden that somebody sent me that's an extremely small print. Three things about Biden's campaign. One, the whole campaign is extremely paranoid about getting leaked, about leaks and getting hacked. Two, all Bernie bros joke about being another Seth Rich. Three, there are people whose job it is to digitally de-age Biden for political ads. I believe that. Four, because dude, I've seen interviews with him, and he looks so fucking bad. 4, Joe Biden is in the early stages of dementia and is on medication for it. I obviously can believe that. 5, the dementia medication has unfortunate side effects. There's no dancing around this. The medication has made Joe incoherent. Though his good days have increased dramatically, he can barely get through a press event without running to the bathroom. That's why he doesn't take questions after announcing Harris as his running mate. They weren't afraid of questions. The press loves him. They were afraid he's going to piss his pants on camera. Lately, Joe has been having closed-door meetings to discuss which brand of incontinence pads would be best to purchase. Now I think we're leaning into bullshit. Seriously, a group of paid staffers sat around and discussed which brands were were least visible and the least likely to leak and wouldn't audibly crinkle. See, I don't know if I can believe that. That's pushing it pretty far. That's around the time I left the campaign. I can't be a party to the sick game anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I never really liked Joe Biden, but he deserves better than to be thrust into the public eye when he should be in memory care. His wife should be put stop to this, but she's way too excited about being First Lady to care about her ailing husband. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that post. I don't know if I believe like aspects of they're de-aging him in political ads. I absolutely can believe that. He has dementia. Yes, I can obviously believe that, and he's on medication and shit. Yes, I can believe that. But the last part of this sort of moralizing sort of nonsense, I don't know if I really buy that. Charcoal or lead. Thank you, Bull Moose. People, I've had a bunch of people, I had a couple people message me on Subscribestar. They're like, yo, you have to make a shirt. I've had a bunch of people message me. They're like, you have to make a shirt for Criminal Lives Don't Matter, and you have to stylize it after Black Lives Matter, and you have to make a charcoal or lead shirt because that was so fucking funny. And I appreciate you guys saying that. I got a bunch of messages on Subscribestar about that. I'll retweet this. I'll retweet this and say, Boogie. I wonder if Boogie blocked me. I don't think he did. Boogie, if it ever comes to it, I will vote not guilty. How should I phrase this grammatically correct? If it ever comes to it, I will vote not guilty if I am a member of the jury, and I mean it, because you shouldn't have random strangers harassing you. I'll say hassling because it auto-corrected to hassling you at your own home. And I believe it. I'll make sure I spelled all this correctly. If it ever comes to it, I will vote not guilty if I am a member of the jury. And I mean it, because you shouldn't have random strangers hassling you at your own home. There you go. But I retweeted a meme. No, you're on number 2? What? What's this?
Excuse me, Chris. Wait.
Number 2.
Chris.
Number 3.
They said it would take... No, you're on number 2.
No.
Chris.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I don't even get it. I don't even get it. I don't even get what does that mean?
Wait.
Number 2.
Chris.
Number 3.
They said it would take. No, you were number 2.
No.
Oh, he's correcting him. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Wow, that was quick-witted. Oh my god. I didn't even get that at first. Wow, that is quick-witted. Quick-witted. Dude,
Chris.
How old is Trump? How old is Trump? And he's this quick-witted. I'm not even going to say... See if you guys get this, okay? See if you guys get this. That is unbelievably quick-witted.
Number 1.
Chris, wait.
Number 2.
Chris.
Number 3.
They said it would take. No, you were number 2.
No.
Chris. They said it would take.
Dude, that is unbelievably quick-witted. Biden gets confused about, like, he's making a point, number 1, and then, secondly, he's making that kind of statement, and I do this all the time. He gets confused. Trump corrects him unbelievably fucking quickly. That is insane. Dude, I am not even this quick-witted. This is fucking insane.
Number 1.
Chris, wait.
Number 2.
And this motherfucker is like 80 years old. How old is fucking Trump at this point?
Number 1.
Chris, wait.
Number 2.
Chris.
Number 3.
They said it would take. No, you were number 2.
No.
Chris. They said it would
This
take.
guy.
Dude, this is fucking crazy. Who sent that to me? Andrew. Holy shit. That's so... Dude, that is just insane. How is this guy so quick-witted? How is this guy so quick-witted? I will never understand it, man. Never in a million fucking years. Wow. But that's the thing, dude. Obviously, Trump is listening to what he's saying, but like I said, he missed several opportunities in this debate. Oh, man, dude. Unfortunately, I think just Trump, I think he just performed kind of just in a mediocre fashion. Ah, dude. That shows you he's listening to what he's saying, but fuck, man. Man, that is just amazing. I'm blown away by that. That is shocking. I gotta, hold on, let me send that to fucking Sargon.
Chris.
Put this on, I'll open up Discord. Am I on the right channel? Yeah. Send this to @Sargon. There we go. Quick wit Don. There you go. He's probably asleep, but he can have a look at that in the morning. And probably not too far off from that for him. That is strange.
Chris, they said it would
This
take.
guy. Number 3.
They said it would take. No, you were number 2.
No.
Chris.
That is so crazy, dude. It's so crazy. God damn, dude. It's so unbelievable. That might be the most shocking thing said in the debate is how quickly. Oh, that's another. Look at this. Wow, dude, that's weird. Oh, I hope it's not an IV thing. I have a thing with needles and shit. Ugh. What is that? What is this? It looks like a pen. Like sticking out, like a red tip pen. Like here's the tip, the metal tip, and this is the pen. What is this? I hope it's not some kind of IV, because that is extremely gross if it is. My fucking speakers are making more noise because I played that. Alright, well I'm going to retweet this, because I got all kinds of anime tits in my feed, so I'm going to retweet this fat. That's sinful to even say it. It's a flat made, so I'll retweet that. Let's see here. It looks like that might be it for everything that's new on Twitter. I don't see anything else. Just more bullshit about Trump and white supremacy. Trump and white supremacy. Blah. Gives a fucking shit. Oh no, this is more of that fucking video.
Where's the gun at, you fat faggot? Where's the gun at, you fat faggot?
Oh my god, leave him alone. What is this? What? Why? Why did you do this? Like, I have to imagine this guy's trolling. Like, dude, you shouldn't do this. Because the thing is that I would never want to be put in this circumstance. Because you don't know what the fuck this guy is going to do. You have a guy that shows up at your house and he's acting completely fucking unstable, saying crazy shit. Oh, man. If from maybe this guy is weird or off or whatever, but like, you shouldn't do this. Even if you want to troll or whatever, troll him. He goes to a convention, troll him there, okay? Boogie goes to a convention, you go up to Boogie and you say all kinds of stupid, weird shit. Fine. That's fine. Like, you say a bunch of trollish shit and whatever. Okay, fine. I'd be more willing to give you a pass. Showing up at this fucking guy's house and saying, like, come out here, show me your gun and shit. Dude, you're acting like you want, like you're suicidal or some shit. Like, you actively want him to shoot you. Like, if it is trolling, like, to me, you've crossed a line. I get how people are going to find this funny, but if you want to troll somebody, don't do it at their house. Like, I think that, one, what you're doing is immoral because you're crossing a certain boundary that you shouldn't. Because, say whatever, okay, you make the exception for Boogie, but what happens now, you got a guy with like, let's say you do it with Destiny. Destiny, if I remember right, has a fucking son. Dude, you're gonna wind up fucking terrifying some kid. You're gonna wind up jeopardizing some kid's life because you show up and you say and do some crazy shit. Destiny gets scared. Like, he could blow you away and then he goes to fucking prison and now his kid's a fucking orphan. Like, there's a certain boundary that you shouldn't cross, even including people that you dislike, you hate, you whatever. Like, there is a certain boundary, and to me, this is it. Like, if you're gonna troll somebody, go to a convention that they're at and troll them or some shit, okay? You want to go say a bunch of random shit, do not show up at people's houses where their family lives, that potentially their kids live, maybe they have their parents over. Dude, do not fucking do this. Okay, apparently I've been setting another clip from the Keemstar interview.
So show the fuck up, and let me show you how I handle status quo.
Why do you keep threatening to shoot me? This is weird.
Because I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it. That's
what the
I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to take pleasure. 2, 3, status fucking quo.
Does he give him his address? Okay, hold on a second. Hold the fuck on a second here. Hold on a second here. Did this stupid asshole give him his fucking address? Hold on a fucking second. Did Boogie give him his fucking address? Is that what happened here?
For me. So show the fuck up, and let me show you how I handle status quo.
Why do you keep threatening to shoot me? This is weird.
Because I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it. That's because I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to take pleasure. 2, 3, status.
Does he give him his address? Is that what he's spelling out at the end? Is it him giving his his address? Because if this is the case, I'm gonna have to delete this. I need someone right now. I need someone right now. If he gave him the address, did he give him his address? I want proof. Somebody send me fucking proof. Somebody send me proof. If he did give him his address and say, come over to my house, then I'm gonna delete this tweet right now. I want to know right now. I need evidence right now. Don't give me video if he gives him his address. I don't want to dox him. Even if he's a fucking idiot and put this out himself. But I need some evidence that he gave him the address. There's nothing really to show. It's just a video from Keemstar. This is the video.
Show you how I handle status fucking quo for me. So show the fuck up and let me show you how I handle status quo.
Why do you keep threatening to shoot me? This is weird.
Because I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it. That's because I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna take pleasure. 2, 3.
Is at the end that him spelling out his address? That is what I want to know. I want to know if that's what it was at the end. And I want to see some proof. Don't just say it. I want to see something. Because if that's the case, then forget it. Then this is Boogie's fault completely. But I need to know. No, that isn't... Okay, so he didn't give it out. Alright, well, I'm gonna delete the tweet then, either way. I'm gonna delete the tweet, because this has definitely confused the story. I'm gonna delete this tweet, and I'm gonna find that guy's meme post and I'll retweet it again. Boogie is a fucking idiot. That is all. Okay. Well, that's all I have to say now. Because if this guy instigated this shit to where he's like, come over to my house and I'm gonna fucking shoot you, and gave this guy his address, and it seems like now you got people backpedaling to say he didn't give the address. But the thing is, what was he spelling out? Like, he said 239, what does that spell out? Like, what was he doing with that? It seems like he was giving the guy his fucking address. But like I said, if you have proof that he gave his address, that's fine. Send it to me and I'll look at it. But I'm not going to put anything on screen that has his address. Because one, I don't want to do that, even if he's a fucking idiot. And two, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. And there's, I think, guidelines around doxing. You're saying he did, but I don't see any proof. I see people saying that he knew based off of him doxing himself previously, but that's not the same. Giving a guy your address and saying, show up, pussy. I live at 111, Smith Avenue. Show up, you fucking faggot, and find out what happens. Like, that is completely different to... because I know somebody that used to do that in COD. Like, we would be playing COD, and he'd be like, yo, I live in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. Here is my literal address. Fucking show up. Like, he would give out his actual address, and he was not a small guy. And I would say this is a guy that I personally would never have wanted to fuck with. Like, he wasn't necessarily like the hardest motherfucker on earth, I would imagine. But, again, I would never call I would never answer the call. I was going to say call the bluff, but it wasn't a bluff. I would never answer the call to show up at that guy's house because you're in the middle of New Mexico and you're in the middle of fucking nowhere. You're in the middle of some fucking ranch in the middle of nowhere on this guy's property. I would not show up at that guy's house. But I basically... need to know. Oh, great. Now Bull Moose screen cap my shit. Fuck, what should I say? I'll just say blocked. I'll say this in response to you, Bull Moose. Long time coming, Bull Moose. You're blocked. the fuck? I heard about this the other day, but I figured this guy just showed up looking to fuck with him, but I had no idea that fucking Boogie was talking all this shit. Oh, what the fuck, Boogie? Why? Why are you so dumb? Why would you do that? You're not a tough guy, dude. No one thinks you are. If this guy would have just shown up at your house, then I would have been totally on your side, but here you fucked this up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What I love about Keemstar is that, yeah, Keemstar is kind of like a piece of shit. And as far as I know, he still lives in Buffalo, which to me is so sad that, like, him and I probably we live minutes apart. And I so would just like to run into him. I want that so bad. It's just like randomly at a store or a gas station or fucking anywhere. Just run into fucking Keemstar. That would be great. But sadly, I'm not even sure where he lives in the Buffalo area. It's just, I've been told he lives in the Buffalo area. At least he did at some point. And like I say, we can't be any more than minutes apart. Unless he lives like, I don't know, fucking Hamburg or someplace, like 45 minutes away. Southern Tier, maybe South Buffalo, but I don't think so. I don't think that's where he lived. He has to live somewhere nicer, and there's not really many nicer houses in South Buffalo. I could probably, if I wanted to, I could probably find him, but maybe that'll cross the line. Maybe like, oh my God, you're trying to find out his address and shit. But it's just like I say, like, I think we live minutes apart. And this guy who's like notorious, who everyone fucking hates and all this, like, it would be the funniest thing in the fucking world to just meet the guy. It'd be like, holy shit, like, what do you, like, I can't believe it. You know, we actually finally ran into each other. And obviously you have no fucking clue who I was, but I'd find it hilarious because I know who he is. And he's notorious. Like, so many people hate the guy's fucking guts. The Wooster says, do you think that this debate determined the election? Who do you think will win in November? I've already said it a million times. I would put money on Trump, and nothing has changed. And people, they can, dude, in Minnesota, they can rig the election as much as they fucking want to. I don't give a fucking shit at all. All that matters is Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That is all that fucking matter. Every other state in the union does not fucking matter unless they are literally padding the election with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes. Those are the only states that make any fucking difference whatsoever. And as far as I can tell, Trump is up in Florida. Trump should win Ohio, and if he loses Ohio, it's going to be one of the biggest embarrassments in Republican history. And as far as I can tell, frickin' Pennsylvania is anybody's guess. And Wisconsin, as far as I can tell, is also leaning Trump. And Michigan, I would say, leans Trump too. So the only state that is questionable is arguably maybe Wisconsin, but I think that's pre-riots Wisconsin. And fuck off, Malwarebytes. And so Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, really. Pennsylvania, I think, might be the most that's touch and go. But as far as I can tell, Trump is ahead in all the states that he needs to win. And he only needs a couple of these states, a few of these states, to win the fucking election. Joe Biden is not going to come out with some insane electoral victory compared to Clinton, who ran a far more effective campaign. There's no chance in hell that Biden is going to pull out some kind of electoral victory that would have, make, whatever Nixon, who did Nixon run against? We had the blowout re-election. Like, basically the inverse of that election. Not a chance. Anyone that tells you that Biden's ahead in all these different states, they're fucking lying. He might be ahead by a couple points in certain states, but, like, it's no more than that. It can't be. It's just not possible. Yeah, I would say at this point, I would be ready right now to call it for Trump in Florida. If the election was held today in Florida, Trump would absolutely win Florida. No doubt. But it's where there, we still got a fucking month and whatever. Month and how many days? I don't know. It's the 30th, so a month and a few days. Yeah, there's a lot of suspicions about Trump blowing out, having a blowout victory on the 4th, I think it would be. Or I guess the 3rd. I don't know. Would they call it before it went into, the new day? I'll say the 4th, because that's how it was last time. So by the 4th, I think Trump will win. And the problem is going to be like, oh man, bro, in Florida we found 500,000 ballots for fucking Biden. Oh, and it's Ohio, we found 500,000 ballots for Biden. Oh man, it's Pennsylvania, we found, let's say 150,000, because they won't have to cheat by that much, for Biden. It's just a question. Will they try? Will they get away with it? It's extremely dangerous. Yeah, oh, actually, I didn't delete that, I'll delete the other, I deleted the posting for it on all my social media, but I'll delete from, YouTube, because I don't know if I really said much in that debate. Let me make sure I delete this, the right one. Is it not gonna let me delete it? Yeah, I guess I can't delete it, sorry. It's fucked forever. Thank YouTube. Susan gets to decide when I get to take it down, not me. Oh my god, even Reason is out here talking about Trump white supremacy. Oh my god. Libertarians, just end it. Just end your whole movement, end your own lives. Like, you're so fucking done. God, the libertarians right now, they're such a fucking joke. Any chance they had at being a serious movement was destroyed. Why did you do it, libertarians? Fucking, just why? Just so cancerous. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, so cancerous now. Fucking Reason. Somebody asked if I got a stage vibe from the Boogie incident. Not really. I mean, it's possible that it was like a publicity stunt, because as far as I know, Boogie's channel has been dying for a long time, so it could be a publicity stunt, but I don't know. I watched like 2 clips of 3 seconds. Like, I don't know what you want me to base on that. Anything else? Anything else before we end the stream, being that it's 3 in the morning? Let's see here. Just more anime tits. That seems to be about the gist of what's on my timeline. Let me check James Wood's timeline. See what's going on in his timeline. What is this?
There's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, There was no transition because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. So...
No, that's true. They tried to fuck him over as much as they could in extremely bad ways. Looks like that's about it for, Yeah, by the way, fucking leave it to fucking, Joe Biden to brag about his fucking son being in the military when his son washed out of the fucking military. So, I mean, unless his dead son was there, and I'm confusing sons, but as far as I'm aware, like, his Hunter Biden was in the Navy Reserves. He got washed out because he failed the drug test for cocaine. What else? Anything else? Yeah, I guess that's the only open question I have is in Philadelphia. I'm not sure what he meant by that. The dead son was the one that was in Iraq or wherever he said he was. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's possible. It was either misdirection or just actual confusion on Biden's part. Well, I guess the question you should ask, if the Obama administration was willing to go to the depths that they were to try to fuck Trump over before he could even get into office, to where they set up so much of this bullshit before he even had his foot in the door, based on that, do you think they would hold back from cheating in the election? That's the question you should ask yourself. If they're willing to go as far as to trying to to basically force Trump out of office through illegitimate means, do you think they would hold back in cheating in the election? Sincere question. Oh, okay. I don't know if this matches up. Somebody just sent me that there's a pen. They think that what he had in his up his sleeve was a pen transmitter. I don't know, because how would he hear it? Like, why would he need it? The people that are there can hear what he's saying. So why would he need that? Good try there, Brewski, but I don't think you're right. I mean, it sort of resembles what he had up his sleeve, but I don't think that makes sense for it to be that. Alright, Politico. I'll click your fucking article. The biggest falsehoods and exaggeration in the first Trump-Biden showdown. We're weeks away from a COVID-19 vaccine. Well, I'm months away from giving a fucking shit. I mean, months ago I gave a shit, and here we are now where I don't give a shit. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, when is Bill Gates going to sterilize me? When is that going to happen? I don't really give a fuck. Trump said Biden's son Hunter acted improperly by receiving money from foreign sources. Trump and his allies first began attacking Hunter Biden amid the Ukraine scandal that resulted in the president's impeachment. Republicans' core allegation was that Joe Biden abused his power as vice president by seeking the dismissal of Ukraine's former prosecutor general, Viktor Shokin, in 2016, all the while Biden's son Hunter sat on the board of Ukrainian company Burisma. But in pushing for Shokin's ouster, Biden was advancing the interests of official U.S. foreign policy. That doesn't necessarily negate the fact that he got rid of him, and it also involved his son. You're not negating that. Western nations and anti-corruption advocates who viewed Shokin as corrupt. Well, they're all corrupt. Shokin's investigation of Burisma had reportedly been long dormant by the time he was forced from the post in Kiev. Again, that doesn't negate the fact that he was taking money from this company for a fucking no-show job. He never went there. He never did shit. This was a no-show job. That is the allegation. There is no indication that the Bidens acted improperly in regard to Ukraine. Bullshit. Bullshit. So thank you, Politico, for a non-answer to a question. Thank you. Totally worthless. Biden is against law and order. Wow. Let me fucking buckle up. Trump said that racial tension was at a higher boiling point during the Biden presidency than during the anti-racism protests. Wow. Wow. That framing that sprung up in cities across the country this year. He also claimed that Biden was beholden to leftists calling for the defunding of the police. This is untrue. Biden has repeatedly condemned violence, vaguely, by protesters and police alike, and has voiced support for overall law enforcement. Bullshit. Not true. Democratic vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris has separately made similar points in public appearances. Biden has rejected defunding. No! He has advocated for taking money from police and giving it to some nebulous bullshit revolving around fucking, what is it? Social welfare, whatever the fuck, walking the street. That's what he wants instead. So don't give me this shit that, no, it's not really defunding of police. No, he has advocated that. Redirecting resources from police on the beat to some nebulous concept of some fat black women walking the street and then getting either robbed, raped, or murdered by black men who are only going to be stopped by a bullet. Okay? Let's spare me this bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, dude, again, fucking Biden during this debate flacked for Antifa. So do not give me this shit, Politico. Spare me. There was unity before the pandemic. Pass. He came up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. I don't know. I mean, I have insurance now through the state. I had insurance previously through having a fucking job. I do not have a job. I still have health insurance and dental insurance. I just got a cleaning the other day. I don't understand why Obamacare is necessary. Explain it to me. I'm not morbidly obese, smoking, and 60 years old, and unemployed. And have been kicked off of fucking unemployment because I've been on it so long. You know, I don't know how the fuck you don't have fucking insurance. How is it possible? Biden said Trump is the first president to leave office having fewer jobs. Fucking what? Biden claimed that Trump, if not reelected in November, would be the first U.S. president to leave office having the number of American jobs diminish under his watch. Fucking wow. That is a stupid claim. I'm not even going to continue. That is the dumbest fucking claim of the debate. Trump said he paid millions of dollars. Pass. I don't give a fuck. Biden called U.S. troops stupid bastards. Unequivocally true. In defending himself from an Atlantic report that claimed he called U.S. veterans losers and suckers, Trump accused, which is all unsubstantiated, they can't prove that he said that. Trump accused Biden of having called American troops on tape stupid bastards. Biden immediately denied that it ever happened and challenged Trump to play the fucking... Trump appears to be alluding to a video broadly shared by his campaign that the then vice president jokingly called some members of the military stupid bastards. He also called them slow and dumb, which it could have been a joke, but it was a joke that went off like a fucking wet fart in an elevator, dude. Fuck, know your audience. No one laughed. No one laughed. The clip is from a 2016 speech where he made the joke after expressing how much he appreciated their sacrifice. Snopes debunked the Trump clip as mostly false, and conservative news site Breitbart reported that at the time that Biden had made the comment in jest. Blah, blah, blah. Again, meanwhile, numerous news outlets, including Fox News, The Washington Post, have corroborated reporting by The Atlantic that Trump derided veterans and other members of the military. Bullshit. With what proof? Yes, we all know that he said this. Based on fucking what? Anonymous sources. Bullshit. Yeah, you know, I have an anonymous source. This is a late-breaking story. Everyone in the chat, it's 3 in the morning on fucking Wednesday. I got a late-breaking story for you. Anonymous sources from the Biden campaign have come forward, and for some reason, Joe Biden has stumbled across one of my videos, and he called me a nigger. I have this, and I've corroborated this source through multiple sources within the Biden campaign. Joe Biden, and I say this without equivocation, called me a nigger. So he has dropped the N-bomb. But for some reason, he decided to call me a nigger. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure which video he saw, what exactly set him off. But I can confirm to you, through sources that I have within the Biden campaign, that he's dropping N-bombs left and right. But it's specific to me, and I'm not sure why. See how this works? And all I need to do is have Sargon come out tomorrow, or somebody that I know comes out and says, no, I heard that too through an anonymous source. And there you go. That's the exact same fucking investigative journalism that all these outlets have done. So give me a fucking break. Give me a break. I'm not even going to look at the chat. Fuck you, chat. I'm not looking at you. Hunter Biden was dishonorably... Well, this is... Yes, he was. So fuck off. Mailmen are selling ballots. I don't know. Whatever. There's no negative effect. Well, yeah, whatever. He brought foreign car companies to Ohio and Michigan. There are no new plants in Ohio, the Washington Post reported. Only one major assembly plant in Michigan owned by Jeep has announced during the presidency. So this, I guess, is an exaggeration. Biden called African American... Ooh, boy. Oh, man. He called them super predators. Trump went after Biden's record on criminal justice reform by mentioning a bipartisan crime bill from 1994 authored by... Dude, he authored it? I didn't even know he authored it. I just thought he endorsed it. I didn't know he authored the fucking thing. That's hilarious. That critics since have said has led to mass incarceration. He did a crime bill in 1994 where you call them super predators. Trump said African Americans super predators, and they've never forgotten it. Biden denied on stage ever using the term. Hillary Clinton used the term when justifying the bill in 1994. Oh, you know they hated writing that shit. But she did not explicitly use it to describe black youth. Oh, I'm sure, Hillary. I'm fucking sure. I'm sure 650 didn't apply in 1994. Oh, man. It was such a joke. And the thing is, too, is that, like, this was at a time where it was a fucking code word. But it's like, hey, 650 is still fucking true. I mean, you can dog whistle, you can use code words, whatever. If what you're saying is fucking true, the reason you're not just saying it is because it's a social faux pas. Whatever. But here we are in 2020, where it's like, no, you can't say that 650 is true. You're a racist if you say 650 is true. When it's like, okay, well, the problem is that you can say I'm a racist, fine, 650 is still true, and it's true in 2020, it was true in 1994. Maybe we should just address the fucking problem of 650 and stop just screaming racism and saying code words and all this shit. Saying super predators and just say instead, yeah, there's a crime problem among black men. And women as well. They're disproportionately represented. But there's a disproportionate crime problem involving blacks. What, if anything, can we do as the moral whites? We are the white saviors. What the fuck can we do for the blacks that are committing all this fucking crime? And it's like, okay, maybe fatherlessness, which is an unbelievable problem among blacks. Like 70-something% have no fathers. And out-of-wedlock births, or whatever the statistics are exactly. Maybe we should address this and say, hey, blacks, get married. It's not a good idea to have all these out-of-wedlock births. It's a bad idea, and it's leading to a lot of crime because they don't know how to raise kids. Black women apparently don't know how to raise functional men. Stop having out-of-wedlock births, baby daddy bullshit, and maybe let's just get rid of welfare for 10 years, 14 years. Let's get rid of welfare for 14 years and let's just see what happens. Maybe black men will stay part of the family. Black women won't do whatever. Maybe they won't have kids. I don't know. Let's just do some trial and error. Figure this shit out. Because the fact is as it is, if we, let's say you get rid of Donald Trump, and let's say we elected that the former Klansman guy whose name escapes me, who's on Twitter, or was, I forget his name. You elect that guy to office, so now he's president. Okay, we have a white supremacist that is now president. Is 650 still true or false? Okay, it's still true. Is the difference having a Democrat or a Republican or a white supremacist or whoever in office, does that make a difference to 650? No, it doesn't. Okay, does the crime bill make any difference to 650? No, it doesn't. So 650 is still constant, irrespective of who's in office, crime bills, opening the prisons, 650 is still true. So there's a constant. Okay. So the answer is not going to come through a politician and through state Gibbs. Or policy around opening the prisons or, mandatory minimums, whatever. That isn't changing shit as far as I'm concerned, and no one's proved to me. Prove otherwise. That 650 changes based on a fucking policy of some sort to that degree. As far as I can tell, the problem is black women don't know how to raise functional black men. At least not enough of them. Because, holy Christ, are the crime stats crazy. Anyways, I mean, like, when it comes to race, there is a real conversation that needs to be had. But I honestly think, like, 80% of America, you can figure out what the demographic is, like, what percentage of the population, like, an unbelievably large number of the population of the United States, they are so far from the point that we need to be to have an honest conversation about race in this country that we just can't have it. It's never going to fucking happen. Because the most people, I'll say this, most people in America, most Americans think that white people need to act as the white savior for blacks. And that is the incorrect response. That is the wrong answer. The majority of Americans think that another $1 trillion pissed away in urban areas is going to do anything as it relates to black people. Anything. I mean anything. Not even fatherlessness. Anything. Crime. Anything. $1 trillion in urban areas will do nothing at all except for line the pockets of politically connected contractors and NGOs. That's all that's going to happen. And unfortunately, a majority of Americans are wrong. The right answer is held by a small fraction of the population. A small fraction of the population understands the correct answer, which is it is not a white person's responsibility to figure out the problems of a black person. It is your responsibility to figure out your problems. I can give you advice on how to solve your problems, but if you don't fucking listen and continuously repeat the same fucking pattern forever, then you will be forever doomed to be fucking dysfunctional. We got all these bad interactions with the police, and we got all these black people in prison. Hold on. I don't have a magic 8-ball to turn over or to shake once upon a time. You don't shake him anymore. You just turn him over. I got no magic 8-ball. I got no tarot cards. I got no magic hat to pull an answer from. I got no deck of cards. I got no seeing ball to rub my hands on. It's misty to look into. Okay? I got no magic ball to look into. But, I do have 2 brain cells to rub together. So I got this one figured out. You got mass incarceration of black people in America. I got an answer. Stop committing so much fucking crime! Hey, ladies and gentlemen, mission accomplished. I just solved the mass incarceration problem. I figured out how to not be mass incarcerated by not committing any fucking crime. I think most of you listening to this right now, we figured it out together. We all figured this out. Aren't we so smart? You don't go to jail when you don't spend a lifetime breaking the fucking law in a retarded and obnoxious fashion. Figured that one out so you don't have to. Anyways. I don't think that we should have to, like, go to black people. Like this is the thing, too. Like, people are going to call me the racist. They're going to call me the racist. There are black people that know the problem. Like, and it's been, like, what I can't stand is, like, Thomas Sowell, however you say the last name, he's been saying this shit since, like, the fucking 60s or some shit. Like, you have these smart black people that are like, yeah, this is the problem, and it's like, you see them wearing, like, weird outfits, all these colorful, weird suits, the big poofy hair, weird big frame glasses. It's like 1961, and they're saying this shit. It's 2020, and we are saying the same fucking shit. The same rhetoric, the same points, the same fucking solution. It has been 60 fucking years. And we are still saying the same shit. You can't see it. I literally have my hand over my eyes. If white people and all of our money, not just the money of whites, but the money of all of us, that are not dysfunctional in this society, no amount of money is gonna fucking solve this. And it's not my moral obligation. Like, I don't see, like, it's not even a matter of the consideration of personal responsibility, which I saw people correctly noting in chat. It is not my fucking moral obligation. Like, you are literally advocating, what you are advocating is the situation among blacks stays exactly the same. You have black men that have unwanted children with black women. Either the black women scare them off because they're obnoxious, or black men just take off because they're deeply irresponsible and immoral. Your solution is that I become the stepfather, because I actually had a fucking father and I know how, roughly, to raise a son. The first step is not to abandon him. Here's the first step on how to be a father. Don't abandon the fucking family. It seems a lot of black men don't know how to fucking do that. But like I say, when it comes to the moral consideration, like, if that happens, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It just so happens that you have a stepfather. I'm not even, like, I know there is this stepfather meme and all that. And it's like, to me, I look at that and it's like, dude, you shouldn't make fun of stepfathers because they're making up for either, maybe a woman's been widowed. But, I mean, in these times, it's a guy trying, I guess, to do the right thing with a fucking, instead of the piece of shit father who's taken off. And, considering the day and age in which we live in, I would rather say, okay, I'm going to defend the stepfather to try to be the dad, even though he's not the biological father, so, you guys can make your cuck jokes. But I'd rather have that than the kid grows up to be totally dysfunctional, and then he's sticking a Glock in my face while I'm trying to work in Buffalo. Okay, so the stepfather's a cuck, but at least in this scenario, I'm not getting possibly shot. I mean, either black men have to change, or everyone else, Latinos, whites, Asians, we basically have to adopt black children. We're just going to have to do that. Because black men are not willing to raise their kids. If you want to talk about moral failings, that is the moral failings of a community, of a fucking demographic. Okay? Whites don't have the moral failing. If we're going to make this racial, blacks have the fucking moral family. They're not raising their kids. Not enough. Very low percentage. And their kids are growing up and they're all fucked up. God. That's the reality of what's going on in this country. And it's been going on for, legit, okay? Legit. Longer than my parents have been alive. My parents are in their fucking 60s. Longer than my parents alive, we have had this fucking problem in this country. Obviously, if we're going back to the 40s and 50s, it's nowhere near the severity that we have today. You see the beginnings of this problem of irresponsibility. But it has been true since basically the 60s onward. That's where this skyrocketed, was in the 60s and 70s. And, it's not, you can say whatever you want to. Well, white America, black America, blah, 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 blah. This is the moral failing of black people. It's not the moral failing of whites. And dude, I'm so sick of this, and you see it on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, dude, you know I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this. And I just say, go to Liberia. That's my rhetoric now. That's my talking point. Oh, fuck America, blah, 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 blacks, oppression, blah. Liberia's calling. Liberia is calling, and I found the page for you to immigrate. I found it and posted it on Twitter. I will link it to you. I will link it to you. If you are American, if you are black, you have an automatic guarantee entry to Liberia. Fucking go there. Get out. Because at the very minimum, it's 3 a.m, we can solve one of our society's problems. We have a lot of problems in our society. We can solve one of them. All the crazy, radicalized, dysfunctional black people, if you hate this country, you hate white people, fucking leave, and there's a nation founded for your existence. You have automatic guaranteed citizenship. I will link you the page. Go. We don't need you here. You're not productive. You're not functional. You're not a good citizen. Get out. It's just the funniest thing. It's like, we don't need you. You're not saving us. We don't need you. I don't know why, like, this is the thing, this is the thing with the whole pussy fight. To me, this as well is, like, another factor of personality. Like I said way early in the stream about personalities, a lot of people not being curious. A lot of people are susceptible to coercion and intimidation through the most meaningless ways, where it's like, America is evil, America is white supremacist, America is this, America's that, fuck America, this or that. It's like, if America is so bad, why the fuck are you still here? You know, we have a Nazi as president, and, you know, Trump supporters are hanging blacks, and so are the police. Police are murdering black people just out of sadistic joy for the process of doing it. If America is so bad, why are you here? Why? And I guarantee you this. There's enough people on the right. Like, I'll give you this scenario, okay? It requires a certain amount of setup. You have a Republican-controlled White House, Senate, House. You have, like, let's say 1 million black people that say, we want reparations, and they're adamant about that. So there's 1 million black people, they want reparations. A compromise is, we will buy out your fucking citizenship. Go. So, cut every single welfare program in existence, use that money for reparations in exchange for citizenship. You go to Liberia, and we give you $50,000 fucking dollars each. And the thing is, there are going to be a lot of black people that don't take that fucking money. That don't hate this nation, that recognize what this is, as this is a cottage industry of grifters and all that bullshit. There's going to be a considerable amount of black people that will realize what the situation is and already know and all the rest of it. But the fact is that, like, if you truly believe that this nation is unsalvageable, fine. We will pay you to fucking go. We will pay you to fucking leave. Because how in the world can we solve this based on what you believe? How in the world, other than white people, become your fucking slaves? How? How are we, like, how is America ever not going to be white supremacist under your purview, under your ideological worldview? How is it even conceivable? I don't think that it is. Only by which that you have a black ethno-state, from my understanding, will you find it acceptable ideologically. It already exists in Liberia. I mean it. Like, let us pass legislation where we will pay these people to renounce their fucking citizenship, or carrot stick. We pay you, or convict you of a felony, and you are sentenced to leave and fucking go there. You get their citizenship. We revoke your citizenship like they did in the UK with the ISIS people. We revoke your citizenship. You go there, and it's done. It's fucking done. We have finally dealt with this fucking issue. Because, like, even with, like, all these different demographics, do you see Asians going around constantly talking about having an Asian ethno-state in America? Do you see them doing it? Do you see random Indians? I don't mean Native Americans, because they have their ethno-states. I mean Indians. Do you see any of these random people? You see Russians coming to America, saying they want a Russian ethno-state in America? Why is this acceptable just because these people are black? Why? Either it's acceptable for America to be an ethno-state or it's not, and I don't think that it is. My position isn't that we should be changing races in terms of who's in charge of the fucking ethno-state. It's that we shouldn't have one. That it's morally wrong to have one. So if you want one, they fucking exist. Leave and go to them. So I honestly think that the thing that the right needs to do, the right needs to actively challenge the left. They come out and they start saying some bullshit about America's a white supremacist shithole. Oh, America, black people are being chased down the block by police and random Proud Boy right-wingers. There's the nigger, let's go get him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. America's evil. We need to start taking the steps to say there is a black ethno-state that is created based out of post-slavery America. Slaves left America, founded a nation in Africa. We will send you there for free. I will literally link you the link to their immigration page so you can file for citizenship. I will do that if you ask me to and you're black. I don't know. I mean, I really hope you don't, because that's awful if you take me up on that. But if you do, I'll send you the link. But on the right, we need to challenge people, because no one knows about Liberia. No one knows that this place fucking exists, and that it is, and I had no idea until like 2 weeks ago, or if that it is an ethno-state. Liberia is a literal ethno-state for African Americans. Like that, what you would call African American. It is an ethno-state for African Americans. If that is what you want, we will fucking send you there. And if that's what you want, why are you here and not there? It's an issue that needs to be put to bed. This is something that is another failure of the Trump administration. The source of this is academia. You could have done this day fucking one, and you have still done jack shit to change it. In any case, that to me is like we have reached the end conclusion of the argument. Like the argument has been had. We've reached the end conclusion. There are blacks in this country who are perfectly normal, that want to be here, want to stay, don't hate America. Like, and the totals of those people, I won't even speculate into. And I don't really know the total of those that hate America. Who knows what the estimate on that is? But the fact is is that people need to put their fucking foot down and say, no more of this. No more, oh, America's racist, blah, blah, all this shit. All this fucking rhetoric. People need to put their fucking foot down and say that when I grew up, no one was engaging in any racism. Okay, if there was racism, it wasn't coming from it wasn't just a monolith of white on black. Because check those hate crime stats and square that away with that idea that there's monolithic hate in America from whites towards blacks. That is not statistically true. Find me a time where it was. I'd like to see when that year was. How far do we have numbers to find out when those statistics were some other way than how they are? So there is going to be hate in a society. There is going to be bigotry in a society. So you screaming, bleeding endlessly about racism, it's like complaining about hunger. It's like complaining about pain. It doesn't mean that I agree with it, but it means it will always exist. But when it comes to black people, if it is so disproportionate, which is provably false, but if it is, and black people are so radicalized that they want to start an ethno-state in America, why do they not go to one that already exists? Why don't they go to that? And they speak English there, for Christ's sake, I believe, if I remember right. Why don't they go there? Why do you stay in a white supremacist hellhole, in a white majority nation, which I think is the only consideration for what is a white supremacist nation? I think that's the only thing they're considering. White majority. I think that's it. But, being that is the case, why are you here? And that should be the only response. Oh, racism! Ah! No, okay, if it's so bad, why are you here? Seriously, why are you here? If this country's so irredeemable, why are you here? Because people are crawling over each other to get here. All the Asians are on the top brackets of prosperity and productivity. And they're a bunch of leftist bourgeois fucks. It's unbelievable, the stats around Asians. How bourgeois and how fucking lefty they are. Model minority, kinda. But if they can do it, why can't you? If they're not experiencing extreme racism, and they're an even greater minority than you are, why? Why? And if America is just not cut out for you, because for some reason everyone has a chip on your shoulder, you're not just dysfunctional and resentful and full of bile yourself. No, it's everyone else but you. If America is so bad, why are you here? Because there are places you could otherwise be that would match your ideology exactly, to a T, fit you like a fucking glove ideologically. Why are you here in the liberal West? Why are you not some ethno-state shithole in Africa? Why? People need to start fucking raising these questions and doing so in a very direct way. Because I think our dipshit society needs to be shocked into awareness about this. Shocked into just accepting that we are past the point of this meaningless, empty, deceptive fucking rhetoric. Because that's all it boils down to. Because you know what's funny? And this should be the end of all questions. They did a study on who is more likely to shoot a black suspect. Who's more likely to shoot a black suspect? A white cop or a black cop? And I'm sure somebody can go link that to me right now on Twitter if they wanted to. The black cops overwhelmingly were more willing than the white cops to shoot first, to shoot quicker, to shoot more when it came to a black suspect. So your whole bullshit about police in America, it is a fucking lie. It is all a lie. Because I can guarantee you this, we don't have black white supremacists running rampant in the police force. The police forces were diversified at your request. 2 decades later, it's still not good enough, and you're still claiming everything is white supremacist. This is a problem that does not exist, that there is no solution to. You've sold us a problem, you have no fucking solution. And the answer is to stop propagating the fucking lie. Well, the lies, I should say. It's not just limited to fucking one. Oh, yeah, I saw this where Joe Biden says, drop some N-bombs. I saw that. Brewski's still claiming that he has some kind of transponder up his sleeve. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll answer this by asking a question. I've already gone through, everybody said, like, Trump's not a fascist, etc., etc. Like, he's not even really, in my view, as competent as I would be as president. Because would I manage to pass much in Congress? No, but I'd still get a lot of shit done. And I probably would go down in history as a wild man like fucking Jackson, but I guarantee you I would accomplish in 4 years what Trump is, 10 times as much that Trump is going to accomplish in fucking 8 years. Guarantee. And fucking peace deals in the Middle East, yeah, I wouldn't accomplish that, but I don't give a fuck about the Middle East. Let it all burn to the ground and get glassed. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's immaterial to what I want. Anyways. I will answer this ad with a question. If it's so bad, why are you still here? If this is Nazi Germany, why are you still here? Didn't the Jews try to flee Germany rather than stay here and vetch all day? Seems like it's just empty fucking rhetoric until the end of fucking time. And by the way, you know what's funny about Trump is that the worst part of his team, the worst part of his entire administration is his Jewish son-in-law. That is the irony of all of this. Like, the people on, like, the ultimate, like, nativist rights that I'm loosely affiliated with, I guess you could say, like, the nativist, the nationalist right, they hate Jared Taylor. Or, Jared Kushner. They probably hate Jared Taylor, too, sure. But, they hate Jared Kushner. Maybe Jared Taylor is Jewish. I mean, he grew up in Japan. To me, that's suspicious as it is. But Jared Kushner is literally the Grima Wormtongue of the administration. Like, all of Trump's worst decisions come from Jared Taylor. And there has been people all over the place from the White House that have left the White House and it's notorious. Like, that is the reason Steve Bannon got kicked out. That's the reason he got the boot. Was endlessly fighting with Jared Taylor and Donald Trump's stupid cunt daughter. That is why Steve Bannon got booted. It was not because, oh, we knew that he was a bad guy in the long run. No. If I keep saying Jared Taylor, Jared Kushner and Trump's dumb fuck daughter. It's bedtime. Maybe. It is almost 4 a.m. What can I say? I made a mistake. How do you know that Ivanka's husband isn't Jared Taylor? How do you know? Anyways. Where the fuck was I in this? Oh, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Anything else, Twitter? It seems like a lot of Brits are awake because I'm getting a lot of British news. So the Brits are up. Here, I'll retweet this. There you go. Enjoy. Oh my god. More shit about Trump's taxes. Jesus fucking Christ. Looks like that's it. It looks like Twitter is spent. Yep. Alright, well, it looks like we're done for Twitter for tonight. Here at 4 in the morning. If you got any more super chats, last call on the super chats if you want to sneak any in at the end. So I'll say that. Sargon is on. No, I don't see that. Don't see that in the Discord if he is. I think you guys are just making that shit up. 9 a.m. Dude, like, yeah, he's online at 9 in the fucking morning, ready to fucking roll. I highly doubt it. He has a family. Oh, you have to go to Streamlabs. There is no super chats. Streamlabs, I mean. You can't super chat. My channel got demonetized a very long time ago. You have to go to Streamlabs. So if you got any Streamlabs chat, whatever the fuck it's called, want to sneak it in, do that. Then we'll do that. But I'm about done unless Sargon mysteriously comes on in like 2 seconds and I don't see him on. I've checked Discord. I don't see him on. Is there anything else? Any more questions in the chat? Or are you guys all super tired and you got nothing else? Check this. We might be wrapping up, might be done, unless you guys in the chat actually have anything, because there's not much left. Okay. I think I saw something from Bull Moose pop up. Yeah, Bull Moose says, I sent you this on Twitter, but anyways, any thoughts in your time as a security guard? I'm pretty sure I applied at the same company you worked for. If you're... Oh, thanks. Not really. I mean, there's not really much to it. Depends on what you're doing. Unarmed, arms, location, time of day, number of hours in a week. Like, there's kind of a lot that goes into it, even though for a job, it also depends where the fuck you are. If you're at an industrial site, it'll probably be extremely boring. If you're in the middle of the city, you're probably going to get hassled by people in a good and bad way every day. And if you're in the inner city, you probably have to be outside. They'll station you outside all fucking day, no matter the time and the weather and shit. So that sucks. I have no fucking idea why. Like, I've been in private security practically, private side of law enforcement, security, whatever, for a good part of my life, and I still don't have any idea why in the inner cities they put guards outside the buildings. I guess to sort of scare people away from coming in the first place, but half the guards they have aren't even armed. So who the fuck is that going to scare away? I don't know. If you're an unarmed guard, my advice is don't work in the fucking city. And if you do work as a guard and you work at night, and anything that is open to the public, you're going to deal with crazy-ass shit going on. Because that's what I had to deal with for 2 fucking years. I worked... I won't say exactly what it was. At least I don't remember if I have said it or not. But I worked in a... more or less a parking garage, put it like that. It's more or less what it was. Not entirely, but more or less what it was, parking garage. And I worked midnights. And that was probably a year I did midnights there. And, man, dude, there was shit going on there every 2 weeks. Some crazy random shit would happen. And it would just be the most random shit in the world. The most wild shit that you can imagine. Like, doing rounds, you go upstairs, you get to the top floor, and 2 people that a car's there, 2 people are just hanging out, smoking weed, and, staring up at the stars. And I go up to them, and I'm like, hey, so I'm not trying to hassle you guys, but there's a police patrol that comes through here every single night, and we're probably about 30 minutes away from when they're going to be here. So I wouldn't be up here smoking weed because you're going to get arrested. Because you can't be here in the middle of the night. We're closed. If you're here to retrieve a vehicle, you're supposed to speak to me first. I'm supposed to show you up, and then you leave. You can't be hanging out in a garage smoking weed, private property. It's fucking 1 a.m. What are you doing? And you would have thought I just told them that they're a pair of faggots and I'm going to rape their mother when I get off of work. You would have thought that that's what I have said to them. How offended they were when I said that to them. And so what happened? And this is the nature of things. This is what happens. They basically told me, and they waffled and meandered and all that, but eventually it got down to brass tacks of, fuck you, go away, we don't care. And I was like, okay. And so I walked downstairs, and as I was going down the staircase, I called the police, because I had them, the fire department, and everything else on, speed dial, because I had a company phone, and every once in a while it would rain, and the fire system there would go crazy. I got downstairs, I was walking down, I made the call, and I called the police. And I had a dispatch on speed dial, and so I called police dispatch. I said, yeah, this is so-and-so. I work here in this parking garage. I know that there's patrols that are on their way over eventually, but I got 2 belligerent people who are refusing to leave. I don't really want to trespass them, but they're here smoking marijuana, and I want them to go. So guess what happened? Ready? And then I don't tell the story because, half of people think that I'm the bad guy in this situation. because a lot of people are just fucking retarded. I gave them an out. They were belligerent with me. These are the consequences. I warn you that the police come through here. I try to help you, and you tell me to go fuck myself. I trespassed them. They got arrested, not only for, like, several different charges of marijuana possession, paraphernalia, blah, 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 but trespassing. They got their fucking car towed. And because they refused to open it, the tow guy, I guess he didn't have a Jimmy as far as I'm aware. He broke the fucking window. He didn't bust it out, but he broke it. He basically pushed it down, it snapped and, clapped down. So you couldn't, put it back up. I assume that he broke it that way. And he towed the vehicle. And the fact is that, I'm not a vengeful person. But the fact remains is that, like, if you act stupid around me, I'm not giving you, like, leeway any more than I have to. And I already did. When I try to give you an out and you throw it back in my face, then fine. Then I'm going to expel you. So at least at the minimum, I don't have to worry about you. I don't have to think about you. The police take you into custody and you're gone. You're gone from my life. You're now their responsibility. I don't have to worry about you anymore. I don't have to think about you anymore until it's years later, and I'm telling you this anecdote on a stream. That's the first fucking time. So yeah, like I say, they didn't break the glass. He basically broke the window. He pushed down like it was partially open. He just went like, pushed it down and like snapped down into the door. So I don't know that he broke it, but I've never seen a car do that. So yeah, I guarantee you, there are people in the chat. A lot of people are saying, no, you were right. There are people in this chat who will think that I did something wrong. There are people who will think that I was in the wrong in that scenario. But I will say this, and maybe this will be my closing statement. I'll have to check the Streamlabs to see if I get any other chats. But I try to be considerate. I go out of my way, and I've always been, this is how I was raised, to be considerate. Okay? I try to be. But if you are an inconsiderate stoner faggot, you are going to get what you fucking deserve. Eventually. Because you are an inconsiderate piece of shit. And I gotta say, when it comes to people that smoke marijuana, this is something that I see in common with them. I know I probably have some fucking deadbeat stoners listening to this right now. But I see a kind of a correlation. It's why I never got into smoking weed and never really... I hung out with a few people that smoked weed and that. Because they were stoners, and they were fine. But I see this stereotype that exists around certain people that smoke weed. It's not even just like doing drugs, whatever, okay? Different kinds of people, but specific to smoking weed. Is you think the world, everything about it, you just cater to your interests while you're performing an illegal action. And like I say, in New York State, I don't even know what the fucking laws are anymore. I have no clue at all. What is legal, what isn't. Possession, smoking, public, private, growing, not, importation. I have, crossing state lines. I don't have the faintest fucking idea what the laws are. But my thing is that, like, all these people, you're smoking pot in public and you get arrested, and it's like, what? What? This is like, because you are an entitled, inconsiderate fucking faggot. And to me, it's just like, I ran a stop sign and I got pulled over. What? I don't understand. What? Like, how is this surprising to you? Why is this surprising? So yeah, people joke about even I started the joke of lead Weagle by misspeaking, but you don't know how much animus is just barely under the skin. You just scratch that surface, where I'm reminded of an anecdote of two potheads that I had to deal with. Anyways, I think, does that satisfy your curiosity, Bull Moose? Do you have all the stupid little anecdotes that I have from when I was a guard? Like, every 2 weeks, maybe not 2 weeks, every other week, when I would work, there would just be something like that. Something stupid would happen. Certain cases more extreme than others, thefts and break-ins and shit like that, and random scary people hanging around. And dude, over 2 years, it was about a year. It was about when I did it basically full time, where I was there consistently enough. Like, man, the amount of times that weird random shit that would happen, like a random anecdote of perfect timing, doing my rounds. It's like 2 in the fucking morning, and the whole garage is empty. I've done my patrols in the areas that aren't the garage that I had to do to make sure everything's locked down, and I just come back. I'm coming back from my rounds to go back to the security office, and there's just some random guy not standing by a pillar or in a corner. He's just standing in the middle of the parking lot. He's probably on like the second story, third story, I don't even remember. Just in the middle of parking spaces. So not near a pillar, just in the middle of spaces, taking a piss. Just taking a piss. And I first didn't realize what he was doing. I thought he was looking at his phone. And my eyesight is not the greatest. So I start getting closer, and then I hear it. And as soon as I realize that he's pissing, I immediately stop. And he had no idea I was there. And I didn't even intend to do this. I just go, and you could tell by the way that I am kind of a loud person. Especially when I'm upset or imposed upon or whatever. I am obnoxious in a bad way. And I recognize this. I said really loud, and it's in the middle of the night, so it was dead silent. I was like, bro, what the fuck? And because it pissed me off, because I didn't have to clean that up, but I had to file that in my report. I had to call the cops, because it's a crime. So I have to fill out the paperwork, I have to call the cops, I gotta keep the guy there, I have to try to make him stay without touching him. I gotta call into the janitor service. I have to try to get them in early. I have to listen to them bitch. I gotta call other parties involved. I had to let my supervisor know, like, that guy taking a piss was an unbelievable amount of work that I had to then do because of. And so that was my response. And I scared him so fucking bad. And he turns around and he yelps, and he turns around and he like stuffs his cock back in his pants, and I just look at him. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Because I go up to him, I walk closer to him, I'm like, yo, where the fuck is your car? Why the fuck are you here? It's 2 in the fucking morning. Like, what in the world are you doing? Why are you here pissing? There's places outside you could piss. Why are you here? There's a public bathroom like a block away that is marked. Why are you in this parking garage? What in the world are you doing here? And the thing is, too, is he couldn't give me an explanation. He couldn't explain why he's there. He didn't say, oh, I got a car here. I'm sorry. I had to pee. You know, I have a bladder problem. Anything he could have lied and said. But he had no answer at all. So I immediately called the police. And I basically said to him, don't bother running because the police, half the time, because of this area being how it is, they're a block away. So don't bother running or you're going to get an additional charge for that. And I guarantee you will. Just don't say anything. Don't do anything. Just stand there. Cops come. And they come up like the one on-ramp that has to get into the garage. It's not just a garage, but there's inlets that they have access to because they patrol it. They go up, and I meet them. I wave them over. They stop. I said, I caught this guy pissing. I saw him doing it. I pointed out, I'm like, if you want to go do this, sniff it out, it's right over there. There's the piss. And I said, I don't care if you want to cite him or arrest him or whatever for the pissing, because that's now my problem that I'm going to have to deal with and get fixed. But the fact is that I'm trespassing him. He's banned from the premises, and I don't care what he says. I don't care who he is. He's fucking banned. He could not give an explanation of why he's here. He's here, and he shouldn't even have access, and he's not willing to say how he's here or what he's doing. So he got trespassed. He got banned from the building. I still, to this day, have no idea who the fuck he was, what his name was, anything, because he wouldn't ID himself. And I'm like, oh, I don't care. You don't have to ID yourself because the police are going to ID you. They're going to forward my supervisor the police report, and you're banned from the building. He could have worked there, and maybe that was the reason he didn't say anything. But the fact is that irrespective of whether you work there or not, if you got caught doing shit like that, you're banned. So you can go park on the fucking street or wherever you're going to fucking park, but you're not parking there. Good luck getting access to all the different spots that you had to in that place. But whatever. But man, like I say, I don't want to go all night, but like a million anecdotes like that. A million anecdotes of crazy, weird, inexplicable shit, middle of the night, all of a sudden, just doing my rounds, and it's dead silent. There isn't a soul within 10 miles. Out of nowhere, there's just a random guy on my way back from the patrol where he's in the middle of a garage where there's not easy access. He's just taking a piss. Not by a podium or a whatever. Fuck, what are they called? The pillar or whatever the fuck. And not in a corner or nothing, like just taking a piss in the middle of just all these parking spots. It's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? You're not even trying to hide pissing. You're pissing in front of me. What are you doing? So, yeah, just a million anecdotes like that. I can think of another. There's a bunch of homeless people that are kind of gross and annoying. I don't know if I want to tell too many of those. Okay, well, this is, I don't know how interesting this one is. There was an elevator in the garage that only employees of a certain company had access to. So there's an elevator, but only certain people can access it. I couldn't even access it. Because if you take the elevator, it goes right into their offices. So you swipe the card and you're in their offices. You take the elevator to it. Okay. This is probably early on in the shift. I would say, I don't know, like 11:30, 11:45 at night. So early on, there's still people around, people leaving, coming, going, whatever. People stayed late for whatever. It's like, I don't know, a Monday. And I didn't normally work Mondays, but I worked that day. And that's usually when people are coming and going at that late. And it was rare, but it happened. Anyway, so it's finally clearing out. It's getting towards midnight, and that's usually when everyone's gone. Or everyone's gone. And the cleaning staff and all the additional, auxiliary, whatever the fuck, they're all gone too. So I'm alone. And I hear the door chime to the elevator. And it was somewhere near the top. The elevators didn't go all... No, there was 2 sets of elevators. These ones didn't go to the top. The public use one, or more or less public use one, that one was accessible if you went down a certain hallway that you could access without any kind of card or key or anything. They left it open for whatever stupid reason, but... certain times, whenever shit would go down, I would just lock those doors. And it's like, I put a sign on it or whatever, an arrow pointing to the security office. So if you wanted to go in, you're supposed to keep them open, but I locked them because enough crazy shit happens. I just didn't want people fucking around. So, anyways, I was like, I hear the elevator chime, and I'm out on patrol. And I'm trying to figure out which set of elevators is it, and who is it? Who's still here? Because I want them to go. I want them to go so I can be alone. Because that's when it's safest, is when you're alone. And it's the easiest as well in terms of work. So I'm looking around, and I'm thinking it's an employee just fucking around, like a cleaner, something like that. So I'm looking around, and again, I hear the door chime. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck is... opening the elevator? Because I'm looking around and I'm not seeing any cars. Like, who is this and where? So I get into the stairwell and I start popping my head in where I can see the employee only shaft, because I'm afraid that they're coming in and out of those elevators, and maybe it's some kids or something that got access and they're fucking around, because that's happened before. Random kids skateboarding and doing shit. And thankfully, most of those instances were boring, where people left. Or they left anyways, and I was fine with them. Like, a couple times I would recognize some skateboard kids. They come in and they go, oh, we're just going to go to the top and come back down. And I go, okay, that's fine. I'm going to wait out here. Go up, skate down, don't come back tonight. If I see you, I'm going to call the cops because I got no other choice. Because there's fucking cameras. Like, all I need is for some faggot middle manager to come in and bust me, letting you guys do this, and then I'm fucked. So I would say you can go up, you can come down once, don't touch anything, don't do anything, then you gotta leave, and don't come back for the rest of tonight. You got one chance. And so they'll be like, oh, thank you, and they go up and do it. And they usually come back, like, in a irregular amount of times, a pattern. Like, twice a week, sometimes not, irregular. So anyways, no, not Tim Pool, these are all young people. Anyways, the elevators keep chiming. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Like, who is getting out of the elevator? Like, who? There's not enough cars here. Like, who's doing this? So eventually I see the door open, and I see 2 legs sticking out from the side. So it's not like sticking out in front of you out of the elevator, but to the side. Like, they're inside of the elevator sticking out, and there's a person sitting. And it pops in my head like, oh my God, someone just went into cardiac arrest. Someone just had a fucking heart attack. Someone just smacked their head or something and fell down. Like, oh my God, like, nightmare mode. Like, I was trained in CPR and certain, like, first aid and that when I was trained for this particular job site. So I'm thinking, oh, Jesus, this is a nightmare scenario where I'm going to have to try to help somebody. And so I rush the fuck over. And so I see the person sitting there, and I see the legs sticking out. And I say, are you all right? And I say, building security, you okay in there? And so I run up and I enter the elevator, and it's some fucking homeless person sitting there. And they just look up and they say, what? And I say, Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me. I thought you just passed out or had a fucking heart attack or something. And I said, what the hell are you doing here? How the hell are you in this elevator? How in the world did you access not only the building itself, but the employee only carded access? And I said, dude, you got 5 seconds to get up and get out of this building, or I'll have you arrested. You got 5 seconds. Get up and get the hell out of here. Like, I'm not joking. You gotta get out of this. Because I said, you are not only trespassing in the garage, you're in the building technically. You've invaded this building. And I don't know what you're doing. The police can decide whether they're gonna frisk you or whatever else. You got 5 seconds to get the hell out of here. And as always, as it always was, sputtering, pissing around, shuffling his fucking feet. So I called the cops. And sure enough, the way that it was, 2 minutes, and they're in the garage. I flagged them down, and I go, I want you to search this guy. He was in the building. He wasn't just in the garage. He was in the building without access. He did not have authorization to be there. I don't know how he got in. And the mistake I made was saying that part, because Jesus fucking Christ, was that the biggest fucking deal for the next few days of getting fucking, a call from a person in the building, the person that, the people that manage the building, the people that, the offices that someone who works in the office, my supervisor, his boss in the main office. Dude, everyone's calling me complaining. Oh, you should have done it this way. You should have done it that way. And it was all over the place. You didn't do enough. You did too much. You went too far. You should have said this. You didn't say that. It was all over the place. And my thing is that, I basically had to reiterate what everyone was saying to everybody else. Well, the building manager said this. Well, my supervisor said that. Well, this person in charge of the building said this. Well, this person from the company saying that. I had to keep saying what everyone was saying because I'm getting nonstop contradictory instructions as to how I'm supposed to handle the situation. Because everyone is saying to do something different, and it is mutually exclusive. I can only do one or the other. One person from the company complained that I shouldn't have called the cops. The person from the company, from the building, the people that own the building complained, oh, you said you were going to let him go? Well, you could have robbed them. You could have ransacked the fucking building. So there was no winning scenario. I was wrong in everyone's book. And I think that was one of the times I got written up. And the thing is, with that job, I got written up routinely, so I didn't give a fuck. So it was like, okay, you can write me up as much as you want to. You're not docking my pay. You're not cutting my hours. And you're never in a million years going to fire me. So go ahead. No, he didn't piss in the elevator. He was just sitting in the elevator. He was riding the elevator up and down. That's what I guess the homeless guy was doing. He was in this, he somehow accessed the elevator. It must have been when someone was leaving. He just ran in. He was hiding somewhere and ran in the elevator. That's the only way you could have gotten access. Maybe the door jammed or something. I have no idea. But that's the only way he could have gotten in. I think he was just riding it up and down because I kept hearing the bell or the bing, whatever, of the doors opening and reaching a new floor, and I'm going up and down the stairs trying to figure out which elevator set it was, and I figured it out just by noticing it open, but seeing the guy's legs sticking out, I was like, oh fuck, and all the rest. But I guess he was just riding the fucking elevator. Anyways, I don't know if I have really the energy to continue these anecdotes, and I also don't know how really interesting they are, considering the viewership is going down every time I get to a new story. I don't know how entertaining they are, if that's the case. Yeah, Bull Moose, you can blame him in the chat bragging about how his super chat continued the stream for half a fucking hour. I'm trying to think of any more anecdotes that would be interesting revolving around what happened at that particular location. I guess stupid ones. I don't know. There's a bunch of small ones that aren't really important. They just make me look like a fucking idiot, but they don't really go anywhere. I'm trying to think of one like that was something at least maybe more interesting than the bum. Because there was a bunch of bum stories, none of which were really that interesting. There's break-ins and stuff. I think I've already told those. I show up and there's cops everywhere because some random guy broke into a car and cut his hand or his arm and he's bleeding everywhere. That happened actually more than once. They basically had to quarantine the whole fucking building until a cleaning crew can come in because it's a biological hazard, so they had to bring in a cleaning crew to clean up all the fucking blood. Spooky anecdotes? That's a good question. That is a good question. I'm trying to remember. Oh, man. Well, working night shift is not good if you also have issues with paranoia. I can tell you that. Creepy or scary? Oh, man. Awkward. I mean, I could give you 100 awkward instances, but half of them include me being awkward, so I don't think that's really worth listening to. But scary or creepy? Nah, not really. Just weird, random things that happened that never really added up, that I couldn't really explain. Like, hearing someone walking through the garage and never finding them. Like, they never took any of the elevators. They didn't take any of the stairs because in the place at night you could hear everything. You could always figure out where someone was, what they were doing, car doors, engines turning over, elevators, the stairwell doors, squeaking as they opened. Long enough, you figure out every fucking noise in the building. And it's just a couple weird instances of, like, people walking at, like, 2:30 in the fucking morning. Like, there was a couple times where I cut out and went and got coffee. You're obviously not supposed to. But, I did that as a private investigator, too, and they never figured it the fuck out. So, you get away with a lot if you know what you're doing. So, I cut out and went for coffee, came back, and was like, all right, it's, I got to do my rounds because there's cameras. So I basically started walking through the garage, and there was a couple different ways that you could do patrols in the building, and I did a short one. I was I'm going to go up, come back down, just patrol the garage because that's really the only thing that's public access at this time of day. And I'll just drink my coffee. I'll drink my coffee and I'll just do this quick patrol and go down to the security office and, kick my feet up because it's 2:30 in the morning, and chances are nothing's gonna fucking happen. Because any time past like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, nothing happens. Usually around 3 is when nothing happens. That's your break-off point. If anything's gonna happen, it's gonna be before 3 in the morning. After that, nothing happens. A couple rare not exemptions, but whatever the correct word is that I'm forgetting at 4:30 in the morning. But in any case, so I take the coffee from the office. I dropped off I don't know, I had an apple fritter or a donut or something. Dropped that off at the office, and so I start doing my rounds. Start doing a patrol, and all of a sudden, I just start hearing footsteps, and I start wondering, well, are those mine? Are those echoing? what is that? Is that me? What the fuck? Is that coming from outside on the sidewalk and I'm just hearing it? You know, what is that? Because they sounded really distant. And so I was trying to place exactly what floor they were on. And so I basically was like, all right, well, I'll, listen to see if I can hear the doors. So I walked from the security office, which was right by the ramps. So there's basically 3 different ways to access the building where it could have been someone other than an employee. And half the time I kept 2 of them locked down. Usually what I would do if I wanted to keep it as secure as possible, even though I wasn't supposed to, was I would lock one set of doors. I would shut a grate to a one entrance to the garage, and they would usually do that as an excuse to be. And I would say the excuse is, the thing where you have to swipe in the gate is broke, so put down the gate. So now you got to go around the other side. So I would do that because when you put down the grate, it was like I just called it a grate, but it has holes in it. It's like what you'd see at a store, but it's way bigger because it's a garage. But it's not like your typical metal garage door. I hope people understand what I'm saying here. Pull down the grate, lock it into the ground, can't get in. So, I started out from the first floor. I walked up the ramps, and I took them all the way to the top floor, and it was 5 floors. And I got to the top and realized, I never ran into anybody. I didn't hear any elevators. I didn't hear any doors. No one walked past me because I would see from the other side of the ramp, and I definitely hear them. So I was like, okay, where the fuck did this person go? Am I hearing shit? Is this person outside? Is it just that I'm tired? What the fuck is going on? So I started walking back down the ramp, and I was like, well, every floor I'll walk out to see if it's a homeless person trying to hide, hang out, whatever. So I'll make sure they look between the different pillars to make sure it's not someone trying to hide on me, trying to get around, because maybe someone trying to take a piss. It's, again, someone trying to break into the building because it's happened. Someone trying to break in some of the cars people left overnight. You run into people hanging around that are likely up to no good. So I come down from the 5th floor, get down to the 3rd, and then the footsteps start up again. And the problem is that on this job, I never concealed carry. I think I did it at a couple times ever. I don't think I regularly carried on this job like I did when I was a private investigator. Only a few times that I keep it in. I had a pistol in my glove box in my car, just on the off chance that some fucking random guy, obviously it's not the safest thing that you do, but cameras, you got to keep that in mind. You don't want that ever being on film because you're not licensed to carry a firearm, and if they catch you, that's grounds for instant termination. So when I had it on me, it was in my car, and it would be close enough to where if I needed it, I could probably get to it. And if worst case scenario, the office to the security office, the door to it was pretty fucking solid steel, and there wasn't any chance someone was breaking into it. So hopefully I would have enough chance to call the cops in that scenario. But anyways, so I get down to the 3rd floor, and the footsteps start up. So I hear them again. So, and again, they're real slow. Like somebody, step, 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 step. Like someone walking relatively faster than I was, just casually walking. But I'm casually checking each floor, looking between the pillars, making sure I don't see anyone tucked away anywhere. And then I start walking down the ramp to the 2nd story. And again, if you don't take the certain ways with the elevators or the stairwells, there's only one way in, and that's through the ramps and right by the security office. I'm right there. And all of a sudden we get to the 2nd story. I'm walking down the 2nd story ramp, and all of a sudden the steps increase in volume and speed dramatically. Like this guy went from walking casually but, fairly upbeat to sprinting loudly, like walking in like the sound, like not like sneakers would sound, like squeaky, but like dress shoe squeak and volume. They're like, they pat against the ground, so to say. Like they're louder than your average rubber sole would be. Because most, as far as I know, dress shoes are mostly just, they're not leather soles anymore. They're rubber soles, and they squeak, but they're still as loud as they would be with a leather sole. So whoever the fuck it was wasn't wearing sneakers. They weren't wearing like tennis shoes or loafers or whatever, as far as I could tell. They were wearing dress shoes or business casual shoes, like tied up shoes. Laced shoes. It like whatever it was, 2:30 or no, yeah, it was like 2:33 in the morning, like way late. And fucking like they just all of a sudden start sprinting. And it freaked me the fuck out. I was like, what the fuck? So I quickly go down the ramp to see if I see them, and I don't see anybody. As far as I know, they just ran out of the building, ran out of the garage, and maybe it was someone realizing that I was there too, that security was there. But it was just really weird. Really weird. So your question is, who is wearing dress shoes at like 3 in the morning in a random parking garage where you're not there for any good reason? Like, who the fuck is doing that? I can't explain it. I imagine they were trying to break into cars or something. I imagine that was the explanation. But at the same time, you don't really know many hobos that are wearing those kind of shoes, because I know what boots sound like. I know what boots sound like. I know what sneakers sound like. Like, every kind of shoe has a particular sound. And I'm pretty good when it comes to sound. I'm not very good eyesight-wise, but I'm pretty good when it comes to sound. And they sounded like lace shoes. Because people, when they worked there, that's what they wore. They wore business casual. They wore suits. That's what it sounded like. Was somebody wearing a rubber-soled lace shoe. Why were they there at 3 in the morning? Were they trying to break in to steal something from the office, hoping to get by me? Or maybe they did, and I didn't hear them go through the elevator. I have no clue what the fuck it was. But I guess that's a creepy instance where I never caught the person. I didn't know who it was. And here's another one for you. They weren't on the cameras. I almost forgot to mention this. There weren't cameras everywhere in every nook and cranny, but several of the entrances of the building all had cameras on them. There's a couple that you could squeak through and not get seen. It's how I used to be able to duck out. I used to park my car right by a part that was a blackout area where the camera wouldn't see. So if I left, no one would ever know. And there's not a great likelihood that this guy randomly knew that. I mean, maybe he's gone in there before, and like I say, maybe he's broken into cars before, and he knew the layout. But it's strange that he would know the security well enough, or maybe he's lucky enough, that he managed to not get caught on tape or by me. You know, it's just strange. Dapper carjacker. They never stole any cars. They just broke into them and, like, tried to steal shit inside. That's great there, Rose, calling me schizophrenic. I don't think that I am. When you are tired going into work and it's like 4 in the morning, you I can tell you that I have hallucinated when it came to driving early in the morning on my way somewhere for a case when I was a private investigator. And and when I was a security guard. There have been times where I have hallucinated in a small way, but I don't think I hallucinated footsteps like that. I really don't think so. I don't think that was a hallucination. The worst kind of hallucinations that were common when I would drive very early in the morning would be seeing shadows and fearing that they were deer while driving in areas of New York where deers run in front of your car like every time you drive down a particular road. Like every time you go down this road, you anticipate a fucking deer is going to run out in front of you. It was so bad, dude. When I was a private investigator driving at like 4 in the morning in the middle of nowhere in New York, it's fucking pitch black and a fucking deer runs out in front of your car and you have like like a millisecond, like a half a fucking millisecond to slam on the fucking brakes or you're gonna hit it. Jesus. Those are some of the scariest fucking moments of my fucking life. Oh man, 4 in the fucking morning, you're just beat tired. You're so tired, you're almost nodding off. Like I would inhale coffee at that point, but not always because I get sick of it. So like I'd be sitting there drinking like fucking whatever the Arizona like weird cocktail formula is, like the herbal cocktail, whatever shit. I'd be drinking that shit, and it's just like, it's pitch black. I'm trying to navigate these fucking roads, and just, dude, a deer out of fucking nowhere just runs in front of your car. It's funny to me now, but it was terrifying. And I would like scream at the top of my run. Like I go from super tired and bare, like my eyes are like slits. I'm so tired. Just be like, Jesus Christ, screaming at the top of my fucking lungs. It scared the shit out of me. Oh my God, you have no idea how many times that happened to me, and how every time I hated it so fucking much. Oh God, dude. Driving in rural parts of the state at early in the morning is a fucking nightmare, and I swear to God, I already said, when I got laid off, my parents are like, well, what are you going to do now? And I'm like, I'm telling you what, I'm never, ever dealing with this shit again where I have to drive early in the morning. Because that was part of one of the things, obviously waking up early sucks and your sleep schedule being all fucked up. But driving in pitch black on these winding fucking roads in the middle of nowhere, when you have just deer waiting by the side of the road to dash in front of you and scare the shit out of you. Oh my God. All I know is that, like, I know I have people that listen to me that live in rural areas. How do you accept it? How do you accept that? Dealing with it. I'm starting to fall apart. How do you contend with the experiences of pitch black roads, winding, weaving roads over hills and around corners and areas you can't see around the corners? And again, it is pitch black. It is just pitch, no houses, nothing but trees. And just out of nowhere, you have wild animals running in front of your vehicle. It's some of the worst. Like, I put that up with having, those experiences are almost equivalent with the black guy putting a Glock on my face. Like, they're on that level of awful. How do you people in rural areas contend with that? I hated it. It happened to me over and 4 years. 4 fucking years. It must have happened to me. Oh, Jesus. At least 24 times. At least, it has to be in 4 years, at least 24. I hit a deer in those 4 years with my Jeep, and I had to fucking eventually get a new vehicle half because of it. But That was on my way home from fucking Star Wars. I went and saw Star Wars with a good friend of mine, and on my way home, I fucking hit a deer out of nowhere. But all the times that I came so close, all on my way to a case in the middle of nowhere in New York, at least 24 times that happened. Has to be. And dude, every fucking time it was the worst. Every time. I just couldn't take it. My nerves were frayed for the entire duration of the rest of the trip. I couldn't take it. I hated it. Why would I talk about Chris Wallace? Who cares? We're hours past that point, bro. Who cares? The deer with a Glock? In that case, I would have just hit it. Deer with a Glock, that's his mistake. Get in front, I'm just gonna hit you. It seems I missed a couple super chats. Cyber Mongoose says, Australian government is throwing neat bucks at me, so have this also Copcast when. I have no idea. I think that, honestly, Copcast is going to be basically my farewell on this channel. Like, that's going to be it. Like, rip Louis Le Vau's YouTube channel. I honestly think that. Like, my expectations are, if I do Copcast, my channel is going to get terminated. But, I don't know, maybe if I feel up to it, I'll do it. I got all the footage in the world to use, but I think that's what's going to be the consequence. Kierneth says, go to bed, damn it. That was, like, at the top of the hour, so fuck you. Thank you for the money, but fuck you. Bolmu says, thanks for the insight. I just asked because I'm at any job I can get phase of unemployment. Yeah, I'm just a few weeks away from that. And that happened to be an opening I applied for. Thanks again. And once I got the job, I will... Oh, well, I appreciate... Yeah, make sure you're on your feed if you're going to resubscribe to my Subscribe Star. Just make sure you're fully on your feed first, but I very much appreciate that, Bull Moose. Thank you. Very, very considerate of you. So, yes, thank you for that. Oh, what's the different shit? Yeah. Well, I think Copcast is pretty much my most anticipated thing. But the problem is that over time, I've just been hoping that my fear just goes away, and it's just like, all right, today's the day. I'm just gonna pull the trigger and do it. But every time I've basically saddled myself up to do it, I just start to say to myself, like, here's another story today of somebody's channel for no fucking reason getting terminated, and it's just like, it would be a dumb reason to lose it. And the thing is that I get the strong feeling that after this election, especially if Trump wins, if Biden wins, I would say that I think you're gonna see a lot of the censorship pull back. Because it's basically the totalitarian saying, you voted the correct way. So for right now, we're going to take the boot off your neck. With Trump, it could go either way. They could keep doubling down and keep going along with it. Because it's like, okay, basically, fuck it. We got Trump for another 4 years. Just fuck it, go. Who knows at that point. But that's my sneaking suspicion. If Biden wins, the lockdown's done the next day. Because he wants to take, he wants the Biden economy, and all this, the censorship, you'll see a hiatus. All of a sudden, it goes away as an issue, because everyone finally voted the right way. I think a lot of what is going on in our society is just punishment by the left because we didn't vote the fucking right way. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I've never been censored for saying the N-word. There's never been one time on my channel, that on Twitter included, there's not been one time I've been censored. I got censored for saying the word faggot. I got censored, I think, for saying the word retard, if I remember right. I know faggot for sure. I've gotten strikes and community guidelines violations for all sorts of shit over the years. I have never been censored for saying the word nigger. I've never been censored. Oh, actually, I have been censored for the word faggot. Never censored for nigger. Never once. And I don't know why. I never use it in a derogatory fashion that is context specific to how it would be used if it were offensive in my book. I've never done that, and I have no intention for doing that. But it's never been context specific with the people that would censor me for using it. So I don't know. I think I just assume that I am just small enough that I fly under the radar. I assume that that's what this is. That I can get away with saying these words, in one particular, in the case of the N-word, yes. Because I'm just small enough that I can fly underneath the radar. That I'm just not caught by all the traps that everyone else is caught by. I think that's it. And man, dude, people who follow me on Twitter, I have said some fucking wild shit on Twitter. It ain't just spicy takes, dude. I've said some wild shit on Twitter. And I've never faced any... Dude, there's been times where I've called random... Like, you're a faggot. And I got suspended. It's like, what? Like, really? This is the time I got suspended for because I said some guys are faggots? But other times, I'm going crazy calling people all sorts of shit. And then nothing happens. People who followed me for a long time, you know this. I used to tweet porn. And nothing would happen. I guess I'm kind of at my limit at this point. I'm tired now. And the super chats have stopped, or whatever the fuck they are in Subscribestar or Streamlabs. Holy shit. So I'll check Twitter one more time, but I think it's all just British news now. And fucking Styx is up. Styx is now awake. Yeah, that's looking like about it. Doesn't look like there's much news going. Again, more Japanese TNA. It's not what I'm here to see. Yeah, alright, fuck it, I'm tired. I don't care. Yeah, okay, that's it. Alright, I'm done on Twitter. And I'll refresh Streamlabs final time. Okay, that's it. Alright, looks like we are done. So I will close this out. I'll fucking check. Sargon is not online. Sargon is not online. No, he's not. I follow him on Twitter. He's not online. Oh, you're right. He is tweeting. Here, I'll DM him really quick. Hang on. I'm still awake and streaming. I'll DM him. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, I spelled available wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Good enough. We'll see. I'll have to plug in my fucking headset if he's around. It's gonna be a mess. Let's see if he says anything. What time is it in Swindon? What time is it in Swindon? I have no fucking idea. I forget how many hours ahead they are. I'm trying to think off the cuff. Yeah, we probably don't have much time left. They do cut off at 5 hours. We'll see. If he messages me in the next couple minutes, then I'll continue and just have him pop in for a little bit if he's willing to. Ah, okay. See, it's too early. He's with his family. So Sargon is around. He's with his family. He's probably having fucking breakfast or some shit. Alright, well, I tried. You can't say, guys, I didn't try. I stayed around long enough that he went to bed, got up, and then I asked him to come on his stream. Come on. No, I'm falling apart here. I gotta go to bed, unfortunately. It's 5 in the morning here. So I appreciate everyone who stopped by tonight. I've debated. I was thinking about, doing a video yesterday. It didn't materialize because I eventually just walked away from the idea. But I've had a couple ideas floating around about another video, but I'm not too sure whether I should pull the trigger on it or not. The only one that I've really promised to talk about was based on my last one, which is about that article talking about Trump supporting unions. And this is what I mean. Like, I'll get into the article to, I'll save it for that video. But it's pretty clear that based off of, like, a lot of anecdote, like, people on the ground trying to do actual journalism, not like we called the same 5 fucking middle-aged or, over-the-hill moms in one suburb that all say they're voting Biden, so therefore he's plus 10 in Ohio. Like, they're going on the ground, they're talking to all these different people involving the unions, and it's just so funny. It's just so funny that it's the same as it was 4 years ago with the leadership. Like, well, I guess I'll talk about it in that video, but I've talked about it before. It'll just be me mostly repeating myself with new anecdotes from this article. But it's basically like, if I could summarize it, that the unions, and by the unions, I basically mean like the tippity top of these unions, like the union bosses and like treasurers and that sort of deal, like the people that are involved in the administration of the unions that hold the power. Like, it's so strange in that they back Biden. Like, that's the commonality, is that all these different unions, they back Biden. They can't say why. There's nothing related to policy. And the joke is that overwhelmingly now, like, it's growing and growing and growing, that in all these different labor unions, all these former blue-collar tradesmen Democrats are voting Trump. Like, the numbers haven't shrunk. They are growing, obviously. And the Democratic controlled unionship, like the actual apparatus of the unions, they're all pro-Democrat. Like, still, it's just like, it's pathetic. It's like, I've already talked about this, but it's like you'll see what they say. Like, they're like, it's just amazing to me that all of our we got these, Bill is such a good guy. I've known Bill for 30 years, and he's a Democrat, and now he's voting Trump, and I don't understand why. It's like you work in a union where you're a laborer, where you're a tradesman, and for fucking decades, jobs have been going overseas, and Donald Trump is the single president in in my lifetime. I was about to say history. That's a Trump exaggeration. He's the first president in my lifetime that is a hawk on trade, and you don't understand why your average laborer might be interested in Trump. You know, Trump's whole deal is economics, prosperity, we're going to lower taxes, and your average blue-collar person, you don't understand why they might be pro-Trump, or to the degree that they're just willing to vote for him, even if they are a Democrat. Like, it's just amazing. Like, I've known him for 20 years. Well, if you would have pulled your head out of your ass and just thought about it for half a second, what exactly is Biden bringing to the table to these average fucking people? Like, it's just... You'll see with that article. But it's like... The apparatus of the unions are in no way reflective of the membership. And this is why I say that I don't think, like, the right, who are, like, have a pathological hatred towards unions, I think that it is misplaced. That if you want to say, you know, nursing unions are useless, teachers unions are useless, public sector unions are useless, whatever, you know, public sector pensions, blah, 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 go for it. I don't care. Fuck the bureaucrats. Burn the Capitol to the ground, including with all the eunuchs, okay? You know, burn down the Capitol, rebuild it anew, and kill all the eunuchs. Cool. Fine by me. If it worked in Han China, or the end of Han China, then it can work again. However, it's just, it's so funny to, like, listen to these people talk about Trump's support among union voters. And actually, no, I was going to make a point about the right. The right, their animus and their pathological hatred towards unions and union members, it naturally includes, and Steven Crowder used to actually be honest about this. Steven Crowder hates fucking union members. It's not a matter of you being a party apparatchik, whatever. If you are a member of a union, Steven Crowder fucking hates you. And you might say that I'm wrong. No, you go watch some of his older videos. He thinks you're a fucking piece of shit parasite thug. What his beliefs are clearly bleed through. And it's because his father was a right-wing French-Canadian smug faggot ideologue. How do I know this? Because I have fucking right-wing faggot, asshole, douchebag French-Canadians in my family, too. There is a stereotype about French Canadians, and it is not fucking positive. And maybe at some point I should push short fat otaku who is Canadian and say, I want you to describe to me the stereotype of a French Canadian. And if he says anything other than a bourgeois, smug, fucking asshole who's probably right-wing, he's lying. Because that is my experience directly, and that's people I've met, people I've, sold products to, people in my own fucking family. It's a stereotype in my book for a fucking reason. And that's why I think Steven Crowder pathologically hates unions and union members. It's because of his father. Anyways. But yeah, the thing is, with union members, I just don't understand what the right, why must you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Why must you, you have a natural base that is, is gravitating towards you. Why must you, for purely ideological reasons, reject them entirely? When your ideology, you're the big dick fucking right-wing ideologues, go after the public sector. I want to see a right-winger seriously take on police unions. Steven Crowder has talked about taking on the police unions. Don't talk about it, Steven. Go take on the police unions. So that way everyone can abandon you at once, because that is the least politically savvy thing to do at this point in time. You would be abandoned by the whole of the right. You would look like the biggest fucking fool imaginable. It would be so politically unpalatable that the right would abandon him. And they'd use him basically as a leapfrog. He's a stepping stool. He makes a critical mistake, they step stool over him to boost themselves. It's the natural thing that commentators and everyone else, their whole business is talking and showing their face and all the rest. Like, they do this. Don't take on the absolute neutered private sector unions, the castrated eunuchs that is the private sector labor unions. Go after the utterly entrenched and utterly powerful public sector unions. Go after them to where they have real money and real political weight behind them. There is equivalent power between large corporations and the unions, but these dickless, rudderless, utterly just, pussified private sector unions that can't accomplish shit, whose membership has rebelled against the apparatchiks at the top, who are, like, all they do is endorse Democrats who do nothing for them. Like, those are the powerful unions? Oh, man, they're just in control of fucking everything. Yeah, that's why their membership has dwindled to nearly single digits within a few decades. They're almost down to single digits. It's a joke in my opinion. Say whatever you want to about maybe the auto worker unions and shit like that. Where you might have an argument. But pick your hard targets, conservatives. And when it comes to natural bedfellows and people who are gravitating towards you, why must you reject them in whole cloth? Why? To me, it doesn't make any sense. There's people in the chat saying they've never met a right-wing Quebecer. Like, really? Natives and the blacks of Canada. Jesus. I mean, I know that there are, like, douchebag, bourgeois, suburban French Canadians that are leftists. But I'm just saying, like, I have met plenty of bourgeois, socially conservative, and by socially, I mean, like, not, maybe I guess it's the worst way to, stuffy, smug, like, very concerned about politeness and how you speak and cadence, and it just, like it's socially conservative, but not like in the traditional Christian sensibilities, but austere in their sensibilities about how you behave. And like I say, like, all of them are upper middle class. All of them are wealthy, well-to-do. All of them are driving import vehicles. Even my family. Alright, whatever. We're just gonna end this fucking stream. It's time to end it. It's 5:15 in the fucking morning, and it's too early even for Sargon in a different fucking time zone. So, I will end the stream. I appreciate everyone who stayed for most of this. It seemed like a lot of people stayed for the entire 4, almost 5 fucking hours. I'm cutting this off by a few minutes to the 5-hour mark. Thanks for those of you, and I'll check Streamlabs really quick just to make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, I did! Benjamin says, good pastor, how much money does the church need to fundraise to put on Copcast, I think you want to say, except for using cues? I really don't think that there's a dollar amount. There is a dollar amount on cuties. I'll say that right now. Post this on Twitter and I'll retweet it or some shit. I'll put a dollar amount on cuties right here and now. It's old news now, but I will do a lazy review of cuties. If you donate to me on PayPal, and PayPal you might have to message me to let me fucking know, because PayPal doesn't notify me as shit. But try to do it through Subscribestar, because I'll get notification for that. $100. You give me $100. You give me a C note, I will review that degenerate French shit. But you don't have to. I'm not saying please do so, because I don't care either way. But as it relates to Copcast, you don't have to pay me to do Copcast. There's not enough money that is worth the amount that this channel has made me, and it matters. Because honestly, it's something that people rightly say you have to be afraid of, because if you lose it, like, it is crippling. With the exception of only a few people. And in terms of the one Don't Nod game, Tell Me Why, whatever the fuck it is, I'll take another look at it in the upcoming days. I've been considering it for a while. It came out not all that long ago, I think. But I've just been doing other things, playing other games, and I haven't really felt like it, because I figure it's probably boring. It's not even cringy. It's just boring, so it's not worth playing. I think they went too safe with it. That's what I think they did with it. They went way too safe, because I haven't seen anyone posting any shit on at all about it. No one's posting anything about the game. So I can't imagine that it's, doing much of anything. It's not accomplishing much if no one's saying anything about it. I imagine it's just boring. Could be wrong, but anyways, that was the last thing on Streamlabs. So thank you for everyone that sent me something on Streamlabs. Thank you for support there. Thanks for everyone that turned out tonight. I appreciate it. Especially off the cuff, we had a good stream, I think, except for me being kind of all over the place. And I would also like to encourage you, if you have the money and you are employed, please support me on Subscribestar, and support me and by following me on YouTube, Twitter, Gab for the time being, Parler, and Facebook. In Twitter, if I didn't already say that. So, yep, thank you for stopping by tonight, and I'm going to go get some sleep. Thank you for tuning in, and support me on Subscribestar, and hopefully you get some more content in the near future. All right, bye.